believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party and Freedom Friday. I'm David Sponheim, and this is a unique time we're living in, that's for sure. I can't imagine how bizarre it is from both perspectives, the left and the right. You people on the right think that you're on the right track with Trump and you're stopping those illegals from coming over the border, even though Trump doesn't even have a plan. And he is still enticing these people to come over the border by offering free food stamps to all the illegals that get here. Why does he keep that program going? I don't understand it. We can get them food in food banks. We can supply food many ways, but to give them free money? I mean, that's a guarantee that, come on in, you can get free money in America. And Trump is allowing that. Makes no sense. Plus, he sent 5,000 troops unnecessarily down to the border and he had to bring them back. So it seems like the right doesn't have it all figured out. And then the left win the House. They think that somehow they've got another mandate for health care. Not that not anyone even mentioned it because Obamacare has been such a disaster. And then they are starting to talk about amnesty. Like that's not an incentive for illegals to come into the country, give them amnesty. So the left wing is completely off base. They want to push this idea that climate change is happening. Oh golly, it's all our fault. It's because we flatulate. It's the farts that's causing it. Oh, no, hardly. Ironically, the left and the right are a little bit correct. We are suffering from climate change. It is happening. But ironically, the right's correct when saying we're heading into an ice age. So ironically, we're putting an inversion layer over our Earth with all this carbon pollution. But it's actually protecting us from a coming ice age because we are changing our alignment called the galactic alignment, in which the Earth and the Milky Way and the Sun are in slightly different positions, which can create, every 25,000 years, it creates a polar shift. Now, if you've been tracking True North over the past 10 years, you know it's changing. Your compasses are changing, slowly. But it's not happening right away. The problem that both parties are forgetting is that it's happening because of a nefarious plan to make it happen. They want us to believe that 50 years of climate change are happening in 5 years, while they spray us with chemicals every single day we're out there breathing. These are time-lapse photographs of chemtrails being dumped in the sky above us. This is not a fictitious thing. These are actual photographs. There's no precedence for this. And our government has done nothing to explain why we have these in our skies. Not only here, but all around the world. So they're purposely affecting the environment by dumping aerosols in our skies. It's crazy. It is sped up. It's a time-lapse photograph, but it shows you chemtrails over a period of time in areas. Boy, you really are out to lunch there, Scheckelheim. Yeah, buy organic because you're getting food that's not sprayed directly with pesticides. Yes, the food may be grown in an area that may have chemtrails, but the thing is, pesticides and herbicides are so destructive to your immune system that if you're eating it directly, you're really killing yourself. So buy organic and non-GMO as your only defense against this ridiculous spraying that's been going on. Okay, we got a link from U.S. Climate Report warns of damaged environment and shrinking economy. Well, they're making it happen faster than you can even question it. Yeah, this is a serious issue. If you don't recognize that this is an ongoing problem, then you're probably a Republican who thinks, oh, it's just a big, huge joke. It's a scam. Oh. Yeah. A major scientific report issued by 13 federal agencies on Friday presents the starkest warnings to date of the consequences of climate change for the United States, predicting if significant steps aren't taken to rein in global warming, the damage will knock as much as 10% off the size of the American economy by the century's end. What a joke. Talk about fear-mongering. All we have to do is stop the chemtrails, people. That's it. Thank you. So I created chemtrailparty.com, which is a pretty cool site. You can actually get all the information you need here, in which I talk about the dangers of its toxicity, the fact that it's depleting the earth of oxygen, and how they're conducting weather warfare. You know, it's all part of an ongoing plan to manipulate the weather, creating droughts, hurricanes, earthquakes. You can go to chemtrailparty.com and click on the link button, and I urge you to do that because it'll give you all the sources you need to validate what I'm saying. It takes you to a whole series of links of various top quality websites that are projecting ideas, theories. I think we need to take a look and listen to. Okay, thank you for that. Now, on to the news. In the news today, climate change will shrink the U.S. economy and kill thousands of government jobs. Well, this is all by plan. Like I said, they keep dumping chemicals in the air. It'll destroy the entire climate. It's called a self-fulfilling prophecy these elitists are engaged in. They are trying to destroy our environment so fast that somehow they think that they're going to push more taxes on us, convince us that we all have to, put butt plugs in and stop farting. Were you ever a beatnik, Dave? Yes, I was. I was a beatnik. Yep. There was a time when I used to watch a couple shows on TV, beatnik generation shows. So as a kid, I admired the beatnik generation and the whole series of shows, but I was never really involved with the movement. I wasn't sitting out there with well, yeah, wait a second, I was at 6 years old. I was sitting there with bongos, pretending to be a beatnik. Yeah, that's right. Ben Shapiro is a Zionist shill. My thoughts on that? I don't have anything positive to say about all the Zionists like Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. These people are sucking off the AIPAC website. They get money. They get funding from American Israeli political action committees. And they even take money through super PACs from Zionists who are living in Russia, like Russian oligarchs. They finance people like Mitch McConnell in his reelection. Donald Trump, Dana Rohrabacher, who just lost in California, was getting a lot of money from Russian Zionists. No, again, you're missing the point. You think that because they're spraying us with chemtrails, you should stop eating healthy food. Do you see how messed up your brain is? You don't have any critical thinking ability. Yeah. It's sad, really. You just have lost critical thinking ability. Odd Squad. You like that. You're asking Kim to trail you? KY Poopy wants to be trailed by Kim Jong-un. I will be the first president in a long, long time that hasn't been owned by Zionist lobbies in Israel. It's true. I have our best interest in mind, and I mean everybody. I think everybody, even Zionists, should have a place at the table. But they shouldn't control the destiny of man. That's a big mistake. I'm not here to hate Zionists either. I want everyone to know that as much as I despise the effect of Zionism, I still respect Israel as a nation state, and I certainly will do everything I can to protect them if they aren't provoked. But if they're out killing people and provoking everyone around them, I can't send logistical support to a country like that. You've got to eat healthy to bolster your immune system. Okay? That's my urge to you. It has nothing to do with the chemtrails. Trump Foundation lawsuit. New York State judge rejects Trump claim that he can't be sued because he's president. I can't be sued because I'm president. Good. Well, I think we need to question this president because he seems to think he doesn't need to be questioned. I can't think of a better person to question. Thank you for that. A New York Supreme Court judge on Friday denied a request from Donald Trump and his family members to dismiss a lawsuit against them and the Trump Foundation. He thinks he can put together a fake charity to help people and then collect funds for his presidential campaign under the charity and then think he can't be prosecuted because he's president. This guy needs to be impeached. And the Democrats should understand that winning the House is a strong message from the American people to start the impeachment hearing. Yay. I think you're missing the whole point. Eating healthy food builds your immune system personally. If you don't have the ability to build your immune system, you're completely lost. Yeah. How do you think you fight disease? How do you think you challenge the problems of cancer? I mean, we're all fighting cancer in our bodies every single day. It's just some of us have less detectable amounts of cancer. That's right. Dobie Gillis was a popular beatnik in my day, and it was a show on TV that I used to watch. It's funny how the word Dobie kind of looks like doobie, doesn't it? But the beatnik generation preceded the hippie generation. And people don't realize that this whole thing was part of a propaganda plan. They started us with Dobie Gillis, and I watched those shows all the time when I was a kid. And completely kind of phased right into the hippie movement right after Dobie Gillis and the beatnik movement. But I found out recently that this was all part of a program that was developed by our top experts in sociology, the Tavistock Institute, that work directly for the NSA even today. No one knows that except for a very few people. Now you know that. But the Tavistock Institute has been producing manipulative mind control for years. They were camped out in Laurel Canyon. The CIA had headquarters. They created groups like the Byrds, the Grateful Dead. They wanted us to turn into drug addicts. They wanted the whole peace movement to turn into the drug addict hippie movement, and now your parents, who were probably ex-hippies and ex-deadheads, you wonder why they can't get their act together. It worked. They were turned into deadheads. So this has all been a plan all along to turn our population into unthinking, apathetic, mindless little sheep that go bah and wait for their food every day. That's what's happening. I'm not cutting any corners here. I just want to go straight to the source and tell you this is what's going on. The fact is, none of your generations are going to get their shit together. The millennials will never get out of the hellhole of rent, the cycle of rent that they're paying, having to work their ass off, never get ahead of their debt. And the people, the snowflakes today, they're not going to be able to have a house unless I open up a pathway to tiny houses and living on the land without any restrictions. I want everybody to prosper. But I cannot possibly see anyone prospering when we have global elitists controlling the very nature of our society from outside of our country. The Democrats will waste money more than anybody I've ever seen. But now Trump is showing us that the Democrats aren't the big wasters. Trump has overspent by $500 billion in 6 months. I mean, he's a classic waster. We're seeing massive amounts of financial loss because of Trump. We lost a $1.7 trillion tax that we could have gotten from rich people because he imposed tax breaks for the rich right away. So he's done a couple of big bad things in our country. These two things are going to be devastating for years to come. And the House, still occupied by the Republicans, and they're leaving soon, put together a bill before they ended up losing the House election. So that now it's not $1,700 billion in taxes that we're going to be losing, $1.7 trillion tax breaks for the rich. They upped it to $3.8 trillion. Yeah. So now it's $5,400 billion that we're losing. $5.4 trillion are going to be lost. I'm going to say 5.5. That's accurate. Yeah, $5.5 trillion will be lost. And this will probably pass the House. It already passed the House. It has to go to the Senate. The Republicans still own the Senate. If the Republicans pass this tax bill for the tax break for the rich, Trump will have been behind a $5,500 billion loss, which is a $5.5 trillion loss. And he's overspending $500 billion every 6 months. We're doomed. We have no money coming. They're trying to dry us out, and now they're having us throw our romaine lettuce away. And now our cucumbers. Oh yeah, they're trying to get rid of all our food too. Did you hear the romaine lettuce thing? 1 person died. So everybody's throwing all this romaine lettuce out, which takes 6 weeks to grow. Everyone across the country. Well, every boomer business owner expects you to work for minimum wage, no benefits. I can't do anything about that. What we can do is offer you a standardized pension plan and basic health care plan. I'm proposing a public option, which will be very affordable even for companies. Mobile medical units that could actually work at companies so that they could provide in-house company work. We could lease them to the corporations, but the government will own them. I think the potential for growth is huge. We could have lower cost healthcare, standardized pension plan offering $36,000 a year for life. Right now, we're giving away $80,000 to $100,000 a year to government employees, and we're forcing them to retire at 51 years old, which means every single state government will be bankrupt in about 20 years, if they aren't already. Well, I like romaine lettuce, and I was personally offended by the ban on romaine lettuce. So I'm eating my organic romaine lettuce, and I'm washing every leaf underwater. You can't tell me there's any E. coli on my romaine lettuce. Washing it underwater is fine. You can even use lettuce in soups. But look at how wasteful this country is. They're having everybody throw romaine lettuce in the garbage, not into a compost pile, not to create good soil. They're having it thrown into plastic waste and dumpsters for no purpose whatsoever. This is a country that's being run by absolute imbeciles. Romaine has a tremendous amount of nutrition. Yeah, but you're really out to lunch there. I'm going to mute you for a while. Romaine's one of the most rich with B vitamins of any lettuce. Iceberg is zero nutrition. Iceberg, the cheap stuff you get at restaurants. It helps a little bit with roughage, but it doesn't provide any serious vitamins. But romaine's full of vitamins. In fact, romaine's got the most shelf life of any vegetable. So of course they want to get rid of every single piece of romaine you've got in your refrigerator. They don't want you to, have a healthy diet. They want you to die of diverticulitis or some other disease you get from not eating vegetables. I like lima beans. I used to grow up on them. I think it's a good food, yeah. I like cabbage too. We could just talk about vegetables all night. I'd be fine. Anyway, I came up with a concept in 1977, and I presented it to an award competition I was in called the Bank of America Science and Math Competition. I was in the regional competition, and I presented my idea of re-agrification. In 1977, I came up with this concept because I really believe that our country needs to get back to the soil and build it up to withstand droughts. So I came up with this idea of re-agrification, and it's never been more important than now because we've got chemicals all over our entire country's landscape, like Roundup, glyphosate, and if we re-agrify, as in clean the soil of its toxicity and get fresh natural products to dendrify in the soil, bringing back the humus and the loam that you need to grow food, we will have a resurgence of the breadbasket of America. We'll see a complete revival. And that's something I'm sure this country will benefit from. But not excessive uses of mass agriculture and chemical fertilizers like they want to do. So this is a concept I came up with in 77 that I'm still pitching. And it's partly because I grew up in a family that were mostly farmers. My father grew up as a farmer and then became a teacher. My grandfather worked on farms all his life. One of the hardest working men I've ever met. He could literally work nonstop for 13 hours a day and could blow everybody away how much work he could do. And I got a chance to meet these people, and you know, my grandfather and father, of course, taught me the importance of soil health. And many farmers today have lost that clarity. They let their farms turn into a mass of chemicals, and they buy genetically modified seed, and they're even forced to do that. Monsanto has a gimmick where they tell organic farmers that you're next to our farm, so you have to buy our seed. We could sell anything. The fact is, you can turn lettuce into soup. Lettuce can be perfectly fine in soup if it's cooked at a certain temperature. We don't have to throw away anything. Yes, you can see the Castle Sponheim if you want. Absolutely. We've got a picture of the Castle Sponheim in Germany. When my family moved out of Germany in the 1100 era, they moved to Norway and they opened up a winery outside of Oslo. And that winery still stands. They still make wine at this winery outside of Oslo. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. So I have a lot of roots with farming in North Dakota. My great-great-grandfather, he came over here from Norway and in the 1860s, 1870s, and put together a hectare of land in North Dakota, of which my grandfather was completely cheated out of ever having any portion of that property by his brothers. He was cheated out of every single dollar he had by his unscrupulous brothers. So my grandfather had a very rough life, much different than his father. But this is the castle that they left in the 1100 era in the town of Sponheim. Okay, now this is a actual castle that was built during the 600 AD period. Yeah, this is the bricks that were laid, and everything was chiseled and dropped in there. Yeah, it's still standing. It's a very dilapidated castle, but it's still standing. It went through the Ottoman Empire attacks. It survived the test of time, and there it is. You know, pretty straight, pretty amazing. It's part of a protected region in the Rhineland of Germany. Yeah. Somebody said I didn't inherit my work ethic from my ancestors, that I'm a lazy person who never works. Yeah, I work 10 hours a day on this show, 6 days a week for 10 years. And you tell me I don't work? Seriously? You tell me one person in the world that's ever put that level of effort forth. What do you think I'm doing? I'm building the opposition. What are you, an idiot? You must be a moron. I'm going to mute you again. Ex-CIA NSA Chief Hayden suffers a stroke. Wow. I work incessantly. When I'm not working here, I'm out working in my yard, my gardens. I never not work. I just don't get paid for it.
We are learning here at CNN that former CIA and NSA Director General Michael Hayden, who also works with us here as a CNN analyst, suffered a stroke earlier this week. We are told it happened at home and that he is now receiving expert medical care. His family thanks everyone for their warm wishes as he begins the healing process. And General, from everyone here at CNN, our thoughts are certainly with you, and we look forward to your recovery and getting back here at CNN as soon as you can.
Poor guy, if he had a right side stroke, he won't be walking. If he had a left side stroke, he'll be talking out of the side of his mouth. So I don't think he'll have a job with you at CNN. Get a grip. God. Anyway, aside from doing that, I've got countless other things happening. What really surprises me is how you people define work. It's just phenomenal. You actually think working as a greeter at Walmart is a job. I think that's funny. It is a job. But I mean, what are they accomplishing? I'm building the alternative political movement that'll change America. What's the guy greeting people at Walmart accomplishing? Hi, welcome to Walmart. Hi, welcome to Walmart. If I had been a Walmart greeter for the past 10 years, 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, I would have over $120,000 in my bank account. I never wanted the money. I wanted people to wake up. And I'm willing to give out this show for free without any requests for donations because I'm not into the money. I'm into getting this done, solving the problems. Thank you. Well, this is a cool castle, I got to tell you. I'm here to bring people an opportunity to get a little bit extra from their government. The $400 a month plan is my idea, the basic income plan. Don't let a Democrat tell you it's their idea. They're stealing it from me. I've been building this centrist movement for about 10 years now, and I'm not giving up because they think they got me censored. I'm just emerging from what could be a decade of censorship that'll go down in history as the worst suppression of freedom and democracy in American history. I'm emerging from that, being born into a brand new world that they've created, and having to flex and adjust my ideas to meet the demands. I still think our book we wrote in 2012 is just as relevant to 2020 as it was then. All right. You just got back from the casino? But you noticed a bunch of people winning $5. That's what I do when I go to a casino. I take the money they give you for free to play. I play the dime slots, and I walk away with like $3. Anything's better than nothing, right? Don't give your money to casinos. Don't waste your money there. They are there to make money, and they're not there to lose it. So here's a story from Scissor Fight. Pastor who railed against the gun-free zones shot a woman in the head after she refused sex with him. Talk about hypocrisy. Wow. What a scumbag. Jeez. A one-time pastor in Missouri known for going on social media rants against gun-free zones this week was arrested after he allegedly tried forcing 3 women to have sex with him and shot one of them in the head after she refused. Well, fighting for gun-free zones or going against gun-free zones sounds like exactly what he would do. So I think this is a case of he's a nutcase, and he certainly isn't a representative of the pro-gun movement. He's a representative of nutcases. Hardly. My family did not waste anything to get me here. In fact, I cannot say that I received a cent of money from my family's history. There's not a cent that came from the history of my family. The period of time which they ran this castle and then transferred wealth here to the United States was completely destroyed when my great-great-grandfather, who bequeathed his properties to his sons, ended up seeing some of those sons steal my great-grandfather's wealth. I got nothing. So don't think for a second that I received a dime from an ancestry like this. I showed you guys how to make a $25 dinner for turkey dinner. It was pretty amazing. We put together a really good 2-hour show yesterday, and it's uploaded to youtube.com/David John Sponheim. All right, so Trump is wasting huge amounts of money. Huge. $5,500 billion won't be coming in taxes because of what the Republicans and Trump have done. And also overspending $500 billion a month in 6 months is he's on track to do that every 6 months. So we're basically being liquidated by a man who loves to profit personally from this. Well, I was going to call it $20 for turkey dinner, but I spent $3.99 on a Mary Calendar's apple pie, so I was unable to actually get that into the budget. So I adapted it to $25, but I put together the entire meal for $25, but I didn't have to buy the apple pie, I will admit that. So you can still do that turkey dinner for $20. But Sarah told me not to be, exaggerating about the savings we made making our own meal. It's okay. I don't mind talking to homosexuals if they have a retort here. Sarah's not the sole breadwinner here. No. You like Sarah keeps us honest. Yeah, that's true. Now, whatever income she makes goes into her private accounts. She does pay for some utilities here, but I want her to build up her retirement savings because I already resolved my retirement long time ago. I'm set for life. I don't have the crippling debt that Trump has as well. I got out of debt when I was 20 years old, and I stayed out of debt. I kept saving money for my retirement, so much so that I actually was able to, put away enough to survive the rest of my life with no worries, because I know how to live sensibly. But many people who are worried about their future will be like Sarah and work hard to save money for their retirement, as they should. I'm not a billionaire. No, I'm beyond that. Some old woman might have walked into Walmart for the first time, then told, "Welcome to Walmart," and suddenly saw how capitalist socialist hybrid world works and died of a heart attack. Being skilled to kill individual thought. Chef Gordon Ramsay, you're off on a deep tangent there. I don't know what you're saying. I think the people of Walmart would resent what you're saying. I just went to Walmart today to the Black Friday sale, and I bought a wonderful gift for Sarah, which she was there, so she knows what she's getting. Another camera for her car, so we can record and videotape everything that goes on around her. I got that for $17. A car cam. Kind of cool, huh? Yeah. And she bought a gift for us. Got a new 1,100 thread count sheet. Was being sold at Walmart for $24 or $25. That was a good deal for our bed. Well, I didn't sue my sister because I guaranteed anything. She sued me illegally. She had no precedent for a lawsuit against me. That doesn't stand with me. Nobody should sue somebody who did a good job taking care of her mother and father and made sure that everything was done by the book through probate. No one should be sued by anybody for doing all that. Yeah, I didn't insure anything. I didn't even have to live here. It's not that I didn't have other properties. I could live anywhere. But when I inherited a modular home in a low middle class area, I said, well, I like this area. Why don't we just live here? So we just lived here. Sarah and I decided to, cut our costs and live here. So it's good. But believe me, you can't possibly get ahead in this world unless you kind of maneuver around. A lot of people in my area will buy a single lot for about $30,000. And then they sell, or then they buy like a $15,000 mobile home, and then they cover it, repaint it, put a new roof on it. And I just saw a guy down the street flip it went from a $50,000 property to a $125,000 property. They bought it for $125,000 and they flipped it for $258,000 10 years later, right nearby. And I remember walking outside doing the lawn, and I heard this guy scream, "We sold a house!"
Happy.
He was so happy. We have lots for sale in our area for $30,000. Yeah, and this is a nice area, so you can do this. You can get ahead, and you can buy a house and put a used mobile on it and get ahead and not live in debt all your life. No, seriously, it's not that hard to do, but you have to figure out how to do it. Now, there's properties on the East Coast right now as low as $25,000 that you can move into on a land and live in and build your home. They're out there. You go looking on Trulia or Zillow.
Yeah, David did lift his fingers, and he.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
you're gonna be muted.
Don't even. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, we have a lot of things that we've done. Sarah and I have to trim our budget. Now we don't run our heat in our house except for zone heating.
It was a clone. Wow, you could just ban that clone.
Yeah, he clearly wasn't the real Bangalitis. Yeah, we have done everything we can to cut costs, and in the process, we're living the good life because we know where to buy and where to shop. Like for $60, we bought all kinds of stuff at Walmart today at the Black Friday sale. It was great. We probably saved about $50 doing that. So
yeah, it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, I don't think Romney's back in the news, but his first duty in Washington. Senator-elect Mitt Romney is already collecting his chits, hosting a donor event Tuesday in Washington for his Believe in America PAC. He was sworn into the Senate. He's already flexing his fundraising muscle. So they still like Romney in Utah. He's back in it as a senator. Republican Utah. Good for him.
Yeah, David and I went shopping together.
I thought it was great.
Because David always wants to know what he's getting for Christmas.
Well, no, we like to do the deals too. We got a lot of good deals today. I told him I bought a camera.
I didn't think I was going to go shopping, but yeah.
I convinced her we needed to go to Black Friday sales. We went to a couple today. We got that peeler for the apples for only $10 at Ace Hardware.
Yeah, that was an awesome deal. I really liked what they did. They had like a coupon that they mailed out. And instead of like putting certain things on sale, they put a coupon and it said, you can save half off of anything under one item under $30 or $15 off one item that's over $30. And that's like a really great deal.
It was, and it was kind of a weird moment because when I got to the Ace Hardware, I said, do you have the deal to get 30% off or to get 50% off under $30 and $15 off anything over $30? Oh, yes. So I could just go up and get it. I said, yeah, you can with a coupon. I said, coupon? Why would I need a coupon? This is like Black Friday. Everyone gets one opportunity to buy something here. Well, no, that's not how it works, sir. So I happened to know of the manager, and I asked the manager by name, and she came up. This woman who is actually...
She said, yeah, we sent out 15,000 coupons, because I was thinking, oh, great, David, we left a coupon at home. We're not going to be able to get the deal. And so David talked to the manager, and she said, well, I have a few coupons still in my office. We sent out 15,000 of them. If you ask me nicely, I can give you a coupon.
So I had to literally ask her nicely, please, will you give me a coupon, Miss Manager? And she said, well, yes, I will. So she went back and you got the coupon. But I know now that they value their coupons at Ace. Wow, what's happening here? We got a story. FBI training instructors punish women, not men, for mistakes, complaint says. Wow, treating women differently at the FBI? The New York Times has this article. Wonder what happened to her. Danielle Snyder, an Air Force Academy graduate, filed a gender discrimination complaint against the FBI along with 11 other women. Well, good for her. We need to get the FBI accountable for their actions. If they're having women treated differently, that's something we need to do.
David took care of his parents.
No, I did a lot of free health care for my family, home care. It was amazing. I was the only person in my family who would step up for everyone, and I did everything for everybody, and still to this day, and the only person stepping up and carrying the load for my family. And out of it, my father was aware of the importance of this, and this is a tradition in Norwegian families to give your assets to one of your children, and he chose me.
Give it to the person who takes care of you.
Yeah, he chose me.
Whoever that person
So I really don't understand the argument where you're coming from. We just found out that Donald Trump said he got only $1 million from his dad, Fred. We just also found out that a tax study showed that he actually manipulated $430 million from his dad, Fred. So Trump takes $430 million from his dad, Fred, and you're trying to attack me for getting a modular home in a low middle class area as an inheritance. Wow. You're something, man. Trying to accuse me of doing anything other than the right thing is ridiculous. I don't know, Jar Jar. You're a little bit too front forward with your interest in Sarah. No, I did not take any of their savings because they had none. That's a lie. In fact, I'm going to ban you. Person just created their account. What a joke. Yeah, you just create your account, and you come in here, I ban it.
Exactly.
I know. Thank you, Super Saver Dave. You got an article from Super Saver Dave on something, and you're right, Scissor Fight. I got to just ignore those people. Okay, finally, a much anticipated Jeffrey Epstein civil case trial set for December 4th. This is a close friend of Donald Trump, who, by the way, Donald Trump was the #1 person on his speed dial list in his black book. Yeah. He was arrested for trafficking a 14-year-old girl, a minor. Now he's dealing with a civil trial that's been long coming. December 4th in Palm Beach County, they're going to dispense with a series of routine motions filed against Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah. We're not getting much accountability at all. Trump hasn't even mentioned him, even though they're close friends.
Well, I wouldn't mention him I wouldn't admit to being a close friend with Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm not a close friend of
I
Jeffrey.
know. I'm saying that's probably why Trump didn't do it, because he's not close. He doesn't want to admit that he's a close friend.
You know, my mother gave me a loan when I was 18 because I wanted to buy a van and work in the area of Los Angeles in my van. And I had some money toward it, but she loaned me about $900 toward the van. And I paid her right back with the job. I paid her right back, yeah.
I agree. We are very blessed. I'm very blessed to live in a house with David that's fully paid for.
Well, I'm blessed to live with you.
I didn't even inherit it. I got lucky to be in a relationship with David. So
thank you.
I didn't even have to work for it.
Well, we're happy because Sarah is she's got a big family, and I really enjoy her parents. I think her parents are awesome people, and I've been very fortunate to have gotten to know her and her parents, and it's been amazing. And having extended my family life to Sarah has been part of what we're here for. We're here to share. We really are. And when I first met Sarah, I was so amazed after just 2 years. She was with my father and mother toward the end of their life. I was so impressed with her that I decided when my parents died, I would make a will and leave her everything if something were to happen to me. That's how strong I believe that Sarah is the right person in my life. So this is before anything else ever comes about. You know, whatever happens in the future, she still has that.
Thank you. I think about your dad often. his dad and I felt like we were kindred spirits is the best way to say it.
Yeah.
We were really great friends, and I only knew him 2 years, but it felt like we knew each other for a lifetime.
Yeah. He
and
really
his
loved
mom
you.
and I knew each other for 1 year and I believe
1.5 years, I think you knew.
1 year and 8 months to the day.
Wow. And my mother, when she first met Sarah, she gave me a thumb up. And she's
And a
like,
big smile.
with a big smile, she said, "You got a fantastic person there."
Yeah.
Yeah, she was very impressed.
It was cool. I enjoyed listening to David's parents' stories. You know, when you get older, you say the same story like
Yeah.
4 or 5 times to the same person.
It's true.
Like,
Yeah.
because David's told me the same story more than 5 times. But
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the problem. When you live with somebody, you hear the same stories over and over again.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
David has put a ring on it. See my awesome ring?
Yeah,
I love this ring. I told you guys the story of this ring. the
That
other
ring
day.
is something, I'll tell you.
So,
Well, you know, I'd love to get a diamond ring when we make that big step, the next step, but
I think this ring is way more special than
it
the
is
diamond
kind of
ring.
special, yeah.
Unless you go mine the diamond or make the diamond out of your DNA or something.
Well, I had an heirloom diamond uncut that I gave her for the ring, and
I lost it.
she
in the
lost it in the garden. So
He says it was an uncut diamond. I said it was a cut agate.
it could have been an agate, could have been an uncut diamond, but it was an heirloom, and I gave it to her, and it's in the
I
garden
know,
somewhere.
thank
So
you.
somebody's gonna find that garden diamond somewhere.
Yeah.
That'll be cool. Some kid will find it like, ooh, look what I found in the garden. But then we replaced it with a rock.
Yeah, I love this rock. It's my favorite color.
I said, yeah, this is a rock. So let's put it in there. Because it was empty. It was like, didn't have anything. Okay, we got a couple things here. Hill, new Trump. Yeah, that's the story right now. New Trump administration policy would force migrants to wait in Mexico as asylum requests are processed, according to the report. Oh, well, good luck with that. There are a lot of people that'll just rush the border and be in and not even worry about asylum requests. Yeah, I'm sure this is on paper really good, but I don't know if it's going to amount to anything. DHS is obtaining this post.
Yeah, David's not into the Sesame credit system, Super Saver Dave.
No, in fact, we reject the Sesame credit system that's going on. We don't, it's a way of controlling people. In Beijing, they're using Sesame credit to tell people that they can even take flights out of the country. Unless you're a positive social credit, you can't even leave China.
ATPer for life. I just work harder.
This
if I
is
ever feel that way, I just work harder.
this is so weird. Beijing's to judge every resident based on behavior by the end of the 2020 era. So wrong, too, for what Beijing is doing. Is anti-individualism. The cargo container idea is popular in South Dakota. Excellent. People love the cargo container idea. And, you know, adding rooms to it will be something later we can talk about, because I've talked about creating occupancy for up to 500,000 illegals at our border. Big difference than Trump, who doesn't have a plan at all. And it's going to cost $25,000 or more to implement.
Citizens with poor social credit scores will be unable to move a step in Beijing by the end of 2020.
In fact, people with poor social credit in Beijing might even have to go to the death mobile and be taken out, and for their organs to be taken out. You never know. They're going to be unable to move a step if you have a poor score in your social credit diet. Sesame credits are the way they're using to control us socially and economically, and will force many people into a road of servitude to worship the Borg well into the future. Yeah, the Deathmobile, it does exist. They harvest organs from people that are debtors who have massive debt. They are then killed in China, and their body is then ripped open under videotape. They think this is all fine as long as they videotape it. I don't want to in any way house anybody in unsafe conditions. These containers, the container idea will be safe, comfortable. They'll be carpeted. They'll have bunk beds in there. We'll even have a couch and a TV set. Well, don't quote me on that, but yeah.
To all the ships at sea, thank you for all your hard work.
Yes,
I know you're
thank
missing your loved ones, and I hope you see them via satellite or something like that. Thank you so much for bringing us products and doing all the hard work in the ships.
Thank you, all of you working in the Navy and the Air Force, the Army. Men have down 10,000 people at the border right now preparing for caravans.
Pardon the fish.
So this strong high
leave
pressure,
them
which
in
by
the
the way,
ocean.
not only just bring record cold to the Northeast. If you live in Florida, the coast of Georgia, this thing's going all the way down to Florida and giving you an onshore flow. It's all because of this high pressure, and that's why you actually have some of those coastal flood advisories, and because the moon is quite large. So this morning, it's all the way back up into upstate New York, New England.
Wow.
We do have warmth. You see that warmth coming over here? There's
Yeah.
the warm over there. But we still have to deal with the cold today. Then we're basically finished with it. So high 52 is our... We're finally going to actually be close to that as we head throughout the next several days. Portland, 46.
Well, at least they're getting a reprieve from the terrible cold they had over the Thanksgiving holiday. The Northeast was down to 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
You want me to make a plate of leftovers for you?
Nope, tonight's a fish night.
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm going to be going and prepping fish
Okay.
for
me.
for the religious people in the world. All right.
Or you.
Yeah. For those devout Catholics that have to eat fish on Friday night.
Actually, I would say I've always wanted to try a beef Wellington, but I guess I'll stick to fish tonight.
I've never made a beef Wellington. No, we're going to do leftovers for you tonight. You're not a devout Catholic, so.
Okay, I can. Yeah, that's fine. David's so funny.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Thanks.
I love fries and fish and turkey, and I'm gonna have some of my yams. I haven't eaten it all day, so make sure don't eat all the yams. I'm gonna have some of those. Those were good. That was the best dish. I thought that was excellent. Out of all the things I made yesterday, I think the yams were great. Did you watch me Did you watch my cooking video, Chef Ramsay? I actually did the cooking yesterday for Thanksgiving. And you're wondering why, because David normally does the cooking, and then he reveals like halfway through the video why I was doing a lot of cooking. Yeah, I think someday, I just always wanted to try it. I like flaky pastry crust, and I like beef, so I might try beef Wellington one day. One of the popes ruled you don't have to eat fish every Friday decades ago, but it's hard to keep straight which Fridays you don't and which Fridays you do, so might as well eat fish every Friday. I don't know. Maybe because it's next to the beef, maybe the stuffing goes bad first. But David loves stuffing, so he'll eat all the stuffing. He'll eat it all. I'm not a big fan of stuffing. It's okay, especially when I made it. It was good. Something like that, yeah. It was a very good Thanksgiving dinner. It was very simple. I didn't go overboard with it. I had, we had the turkey, of course, and then we made stuffing from scratch with whole wheat, great seed, non-GMO bread, parsley from our garden, celery and onions that we cooked with, pre-cooked with, David had some sulfite-free kielbasa sausages. Usually I don't like kielbasa at all. No, I didn't buy her anything, Barco. And then, yeah, whole grain. And then we had, apples and walnuts and eggs in our stuffing with some chicken or turkey stock. When we made the turkey stock from scratch, taking out the neck and the giblets and the heart and boiling that with some water and I think some onion and then David of course put sage in it and some garlic. That was really good. Can you come to dinner at my place? Probably not. I know. And then we had, yeah, I gotta have the garlic. That was good. And the sage. And the sage came from our, even though it was dried sage, it actually came from a sage plant that we have here on the property. And then I made a green bean casserole, but somebody was telling David that the cans of, we usually used to use like a can of cream of mushroom soup, and they were saying that usually has MSG in it, and we're trying to avoid MSG because they were telling David how the MSG is not good. And so thanks. Sage grows everywhere. Yeah, so we got some broccoli cheese soup from Costco, and then I had like a layer of green beans, a layer of mushrooms, and then half the container of broccoli cheese soup, and then again a layer of green beans, layer of mushrooms, and then broccoli cheese soup. Cooked that for like an hour toward the end of the turkey cooking, and then put the crispy onions on top, and then cooked that for another good 20 minutes or so. But my favorite dish, and then we had this yam dish and some cranberry sauce. My dad always has the best joke, which is, I sliced so hard to make this cranberry sauce formed into the shape of a can. Yeah, so not, anyway, and then some, oh, and then we made a Marie Callender's apple pie. In the past, I made my own homemade apple pies, but not this year. But the yam dish was the best. The yam dish, I had 2 cans of yams, and then pineapple, like a can of pineapple chunks, but instead of, and then I used the pineapple juice from the can, and I used that and put in dried apricots diced up and cooked that with the pineapple juice, and then put that into probably like a cup of pineapples or apricots, dried apricots, and put that with pecans and half of the pineapple in the yams, and that was really good. It was to cut down on all that sugar that people put in. Yes, well, I like Dole pineapple chunks. Dole is a pretty good company. I like them. Yeah, canned cream of mushroom soup will definitely have MSG in it. So, anyway, the broccoli cheese soup instead, it was so good. But my favorite was the candied yams, but not with sugar, with pineapples. I already said my open and honest opinion. I wish he wouldn't bother David so much. I think he's an okay person, but I wish he would. He knows what bothers David, and I wish he wouldn't engage in that kind of behavior. Well, nice thing about Dole, nothing's added to it. Whoa. New Jersey Mall is placed on lockdown according to Bengalitis after at least one woman was shot. Police warn the gunman is still at large. I didn't say that you were Malco. You just asked what I thought of him. The mob thinks Dole is evil. Do you think it's because they were involved with the South America coup kind of thing? Something like that. Why do you think Dole is evil? Real All Ranger said we're lucky because other places don't even have food. Oh, hi, Real All Ranger. You're drinking breakfast blend coffee. Nice. And I haven't tried the apple peeler yet. I was thinking I should try it. Maybe I should videotape myself trying it. That would be funny. Oh, sorry. I should say I wish he would stop. Oh. The mob says Dole uses dangerous pesticides on their bananas in Nicaragua. We have started only buying organic bananas after we saw that video of the bananas dipped in bad chemicals. Thanks, Real Ranger. No, XTX, what? What? Oh no, he's trying. He wants to, if he ran the government, he would give $400 a month for each U.S. adult citizen. That's what he would like to do. He doesn't want to buy someone, no. But he wants to support people, I guess. Oh, goodness. Where, I don't know where David's... Oh, it has to be above it. Here, I can turn that off for now. I don't know any of these people you talk about with other chat shows because I don't visit other chat shows. Oh, good. Your wife is on her way to vote. Good. Wait, Flax, you say, come on, America, stand up for our country that all our soldiers fought to protect and your families and children. If you all let this happen, it's like, oh, well, I tried. Wait, what? There is no try, there is only do. David does have great skin. I agree with that. I don't know who you are. I used to guess right. No. I gave up guessing. Yeah, thank you. David has nice and cool political policies. Yeah, it's the fruit enzymes, plus he's also discovered the Fountain of Youth, but he admittedly he hasn't visited the Fountain of Youth in a decade or so, but that's how long it lasts. He can go visit it again. Okay, but what do you need? What are you saying that if we let this happen? If we let what happen? What do you mean by it? I don't really like pronouns. Who says he hasn't told me where it is? I mean, I'm 40 years old. Actually, I don't think he knows that it's the Fountain of Youth. I just decided it's the Fountain of Youth. Yo, good. Thanks. The fish is awesome. You liked the video? Thank you very much. Real All Ranger, nice cooking. You watched it twice. You liked the stuffing recipe. Yeah, that's an original David stuffing recipe. I would say I liked it too, and it did. I would say so. We had so much stuffing that we cooked some in a bread, like a bread container, a bread. Yeah, a bread container. And it was the stuffing that cooked inside the turkey was better. It was more moist. Okay. And I will try the apple peeler later. I haven't tried that yet. Well, the thing is, ATP year for life, I would say you can't really. I eat eggs in baked goods. Like, you can't make a good baked good without eggs. You can try, but it's not the same. Eggs are needed when baking. I don't like eggs normally, but when baking, I think eggs are necessary. The thing that people, the thing about eggs is it changes consistency. You know, that's why you do it in baking. I have taken classes on things as an adult. I take lots of classes as an adult. Flax, you've lived a long life because of David's cooking. Okay. Yeah, I could have that apple peeler as seen on TV with Sarah. You drink 6 raw egg yolks a day from your backyard chickens. What do you do with your egg whites? I like to take egg whites and make them into, fluff them up, whip them up. I have not tried to make a souffle. David claims he makes souffles. He's never made a souffle, ever. Yes, I'm very good at, I always walk with where there's lights, another brother. Except I'm not that good at avoiding driving down dark places. One chicken, you can get from one chicken you can get 120 eggs a year. Okay. Oh, from a hybrid chicken you get 120 eggs a year rather than 365 eggs a year. Normal have 365 a year. So they're hybrids, so they make less eggs per year. So you're not overwhelmed with eggs. Someone once told you that you can make tuna taste like chicken. Well, David has David makes tuna salad and David makes chicken salad out of canned chicken or canned tuna, and they taste fairly similar. They're a little bit different, but they're pretty similar because the rest of the ingredients are good. And what's really good is like he does with mayonnaise. He likes to put in yogurt too, but we don't always do that. And then he chops up onions and celery and mixes it in, and other good things. Oh, you could smoke the tuna to change its flavor. That's probably true. Yeah, David uses he used his it's called a Dutch oven that you guys said was all rusted. But Dutch ovens, he cleaned out the rust. Thank you, Deeker. Thanksgiving greetings to you. Oh, that's your Thanksgiving greetings. No, XT, not talking about that. I haven't tried grilled tuna. A Thanksgiving greeting from Deeker. Aw, thank you, Deeker. Appreciate it. I didn't actually see the video of that, did I? I can't remember. But cast iron is really good. Besides, if you get some rust in it, it's just more iron in your body. There are lots of leftovers. So I had quart size. I took the entire turkey last night and I do a really good job. I clean it all out and debone it basically, and then I get rid of the turkey bones. And I took and I separated out. So I had these Ziploc bags, quart size Ziploc bags, and I had 2 bags for white meat and then 2 bags for dark meat. And I had, so I had like a gallon of almost a gallon worth of leftover meat. And then I had probably a quart of the green bean casserole left. And no, a quart of the, maybe a quart of the green bean, and then a quart of the yam dish left, and then a quart of cranberry sauce. Like, we didn't eat that much cranberry sauce. Why is that? David's very frugal ATPer for life. Okay, grilled tuna is so good. Rusty, rich, and care. If you were to look it up on the Urban Dictionary. No, just hanging out. No. Oh yeah, and we had what's a quart? You know what a gallon is? Like a gallon of milk. A quart is like if you take 1/4 of that. Cut it in half and then cut it in half again. Yes, I do. In fact, I'm wearing one right now. I guess so. You could say that. There you go. Oh, you wrapped your turkey with bacon? Yum. Did you do that like toward the end of the baking, or did it go the whole time? Did you cover it? Because that's the only thing about wrapping it in bacon is, will it get burned or things like that? Nope. Nope, ATPer. Yeah, rust does add a rustic flavor, that's true. Hay likes bacon wrapped steak. You might be right, ATPer for life. You might be right. If he could, I know. Oh, that's pretty funny, Steve. I didn't think of that. If you got a chance at love, folks, take it, gamble. Good advice, Chef Gordon Ramsay. Nobody was expecting me to cook with my turkey breast side down, but that's the way you need to cook it so that the breast meat is tender. And then what you didn't see is that we flipped it over at the end. That was very difficult to flip over, by the way. Very, very difficult. Yes, that's exactly right, Ticken. I have no idea. I don't know that person. Guess 278. Okay, you wrapped your turkey with bacon. At the start, you cover it in foil. Okay. Nice. I have had Nathan's hot dogs, and that's one of the only hot dogs I actually am okay with. Yes, he needs to wear oven mitts. I know you're not. I know you're a good, nice-hearted person, Ticken. Can you shred a turkey after it's cooked with bear claws? I had a bear claw. I was thinking of adding that to the stuffing, but I decided not to. All right. The only thing I did was ask him questions. And I didn't think it was a good idea at the time nor since. But he decided that that was the way that he could go viral. And I think yeah. Just one a year, Canadian. Just one a year. I don't have an insatiable appetite. It's sated once a year. No, maybe twice a year. I take that back. Okay. Now I'm gonna, well, or more. 3 a year? How many birds are going to have to die, Sarah, to feed your insatiable appetite for cooked turkey? It will continue, yes, because I don't like ham. Merry early Christmas. Yes, gobble gobble. I'm not a ham fan. I could do prime rib. Then it wouldn't be turkeys dying, it would be beef. And that uses up more water and is less environmentally friendly. No, because I'll eat bacon every once in a while. Canadian, I'll eat bacon. And breakfast sausage. But we ate turkey. It was uncured turkey kielbasa yesterday was the kind of sausage we ate in the stuffing. Yeah, sure. I think that's fine, Bengalitis. Hams are salty because they brine them all. You have to have uncured, they cure them, which is brining them, which is soaking them in salt water. So it infiltrates every single little tiny section of the ham, which makes it disgusting. And if it's not just salt, it's also sulfite and sulfate, and it's not good. So really, if you've ever had uncured ham, that's not salty. It's actually really good. Yeah, we will be watching the ball drop in no time. No, I don't think David's going to be doing a 24-hour New Year's stream. No, I don't think I'm getting sick again. I know I have. I just was talking a lot today, maybe. Are you getting sick again? Yes, but salt is a great way to preserve, but you don't need to salt and then freeze the item. So there's so many frozen foods that could be more heart healthy if they didn't add so much salt to them. They need to realize you don't need to add salt if you're preserving by freezing. Yeah, and salt's great to preserve foods if you're going to save it for years. Yeah, that's true. My hair is messy. I took a shower today and I just put on like a ear cover. And anyway, I didn't do anything with my hair after I took the shower. Yes, David is still eating his old canned goods. You're having an amazing hair day. Are you letting it go into dreads? David's hair looks great too. Black said he heard that they have a bad virus being spread around in Washington, so we need to be careful.
Okay, I think I left my cup in here.
Yes, you did. Here you
Reheat
are.
that, and I'll be in just a sec.
Yes, the life is about taking risks. I agree, 844. It's not a problem. I agree with you, Misanthropy. Dreads are too much work if you don't want them looking gross. Real All Ranger, your hair doesn't care. My hair feels good. Well, if I go into maybe I will wear a mask when I go out shopping on... I don't think I'm going to go shopping tomorrow, probably Sunday again. Going viral. Thank you, another brother. I won't let it get to my head. Yeah, we did decide to do the Black Friday, local Black Friday thing, and it worked out really well. I was thinking that I wasn't going to participate in the consumerism of Christmas, but I did participate. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Xander. I did not hear that a teenager died today because of Black Friday. Wow. That's true, Ticken. Ticken says he's surprised people could wear masks while out shopping because of all the terrorism. Yeah, food, it's not... Some food doesn't go bad. Deeker. When are you gonna write your own book, Misanthropy? Well, I think Black Friday is an official holiday. Most, at least for schools, they give their they give their teachers and their students those 2 days off. And I think they're workers too. Yeah, just have your seat in the seat of your chair and start typing, Misanthropy. You can start with, and think about, look, you thought that you wanted to read that book, right? Because you thought it would be good. And so you could write what you think is good. You'd end up writing one giant chapter. Well, write that giant chapter, and then we can edit it into other chapters. And thanks for reading Bangalitis' book. Wait, what? Write a book with no paragraphs. Ugh. What's even worse would be a book with no periods. Or no punctuation.
Yeah, really.
And no capitalization.
Call it run on.
Oh, fortunately, most of my students know how to use capital letters and periods and all that. I did not work today, hey. Thanks. The Purge, what? You spelled well, another brother. My Thanksgiving was fantastic. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed, the hard part was like at the end of the day, I was just like tired because, and I was like, oh man, David, now I know how you feel every Thanksgiving. Because usually David does all the cooking. And this year I basically did it. I did it! I mean, David was there with me the whole time, talking to the camera. Keeping you entertained while I cook. Yeah. You're wearing your sandals? Nice. You missed my cooking show. Well, you can watch it on David's YouTube video. YouTube.com/David John Sponheim. I think that's it. So voting's going on there. Another brother, you're a bit nervous. Yeah, David could play the cooking show in the after show. Okay, that's true. We'll play it again for you at Christmas time. That's what we should do for Christmas. We should just like have that on repeat, our Thanksgiving show. Wait, 6 to 7 years? You mean he started watching Frank Taylor when he was like 12 or 13? Well, basically, we recorded it, but we didn't want to, like, interact with chat while we were recording it. I always think so too, but he didn't want to interact with chat. You liked my hair in a bun? Okay, I can do that more often. Sam's Cola, heavy dirty soul. That's not good for you, dude. Next time, I want you to get some apple juice from Washington Apples. It's better for your body.
Thank
All
you.
right, heavy dirty soul.
Hurdy-gurdy man. Okay, so this is the next portion of the show where I take over and Sarah gets to have dinner and make whatever you want in there. I just cleared the slate. Whatever
Okay.
you want to get out of there.
Thank you. I'm gonna go get my leftovers.
Yes. Leftovers, Thanksgiving turkey night, the best time of all. And, you know, have that gravy if you want, you know. It might be good for your turkey. I don't need gravy with my turkey. I like to eat
I
it.
like my turkey with cranberry sauce.
Do you really? Wow.
Yeah, that's how I eat my turkey. Like I get a little
cranberry sauce.
cranberry sauce in the spoon and a little turkey.
Cold and cranberry sauce. I've never tried that. Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's why I do the cranberry sauce. If you've
Yeah.
never tried it, that's why you don't like cranberry sauce, because you haven't had heaven.
I guess I haven't had turkey and cranberry sauce together. Wow, I'll get into that, you know,
You should try one bite with it.
I should. One bite
They'll
of.
say that's why people eat cranberry sauce on Thanksgiving.
Is it
Oh.
cold? I mean, do you do the hot turkey with the cold cranberry, or is it cold turkey with cold cranberry?
It's usually hot turkey with cold cranberry.
So hot
But
turkey with cold
I could
cranberry.
even do hot turkey with hot cranberry, but
Okay, we'll do.
But
Well,
yeah.
I can't do a hot cranberry with cold turkey though. I refuse.
No, you have to have the. I usually do cold cranberry when hot turkey, but I always that's how I eat it. I don't put the gravy on the turkey. I eat it with cranberry sauce.
And they're doing turkey soup for 2 weeks. That's what Flax is doing.
Wow.
We decided. Sarah went at it last night when I was in the final hour of the show. She was in there working on the turkey and pulling all the bones clean and everything. And then we have a tradition of getting rid of the bones, and the next day to Please read facts about the user. Okay. What's your problem? Why are you attacking our? Again, I'm going to mute you again. So you're pushing the limit there, buddy. Attacking people. Hay is a conservative. We know that. The two of you can have your own chefs at the White House? Yeah, I suppose. But what I want to do is import people from all around the country who really want to work for $36,000 a year, as opposed to the $62,000 paycheck that most of the chefs at the White House get. Yeah, I just don't think we have a lot of money to spare. I think Trump is going to be wiping us out by the time we get to 2021. It'll be completely bankrupt. We're going to have to really come up with a way to save money and teach all of you the benefits of saving money, too. I'd like to run the White House out of the buffet. I'd like to get income out of that and still provide a good meal and also finance some of the operations of the White House. Maybe produce a 6-pack of wine or possibly beer. Beer, like a Hefeweizen blueberry beer. Everyone could buy a 6-pack. It would be a collector's item, and it would go toward the proceeds of the operation of the White House. I wouldn't get a penny. You made a huge pot of turkey broth soup, onions, garlic, sweet potatoes, celery, broccoli, kale with stevia for sweetener, turmeric for spice, and olive oil. Turned out tasty with a mess to clean up. Good going, Deeker. That looks like a really amazing, nutritious combo there. I did get something, but not the Black Friday Gucci slippers. No. Today we bought a 1,100 thread count sheet at Walmart. Tell me that's not an incredible deal. I mean, that's like satin. All cotton. Incredible. So we're going to do, got a $25 sheet for the bed, top and bottom. That was very affordable. And then we also I got a camera for her car. So she has, camera abilities. And I $17 for a camera. That's the online shipping price for most of those cameras. And this was a top-end camera. And I also picked up a couple other things. I'm going to buy a couple things tomorrow, and we're Cyber Monday is going to be happening. You didn't buy anything today? Okay. Well, there were really good deals out there. Like Walmart had these Dexter socks, 100% cotton, for $5. I mean, how can you beat a big pack of 8-pack of socks for $5, 100% cotton? Where do you find that in the average part of the year? You never do. And that'll last you the whole year. So it's just common sense to try and look around. A little Black Friday retailing doesn't hurt anybody. That's my attitude. But to be obsessed and to buy big TV sets and just go overboard, no. You don't have to do that unless you need it. No wonder our military's going broke. They give you socks for free? Holy moly. No wonder we're losing money. We're paying top dollar for our socks for our military. He went drinking in Mumbai's worst slum. And this is what happened. Let's take a look. Freedom Friday.
Where can I find some Desidero?
No.
Desidero, no?
No. Hey guys, you speak English?
How about Desidero? Desidero?
Yes.
Desidero. That's drinking in a slum. Low quality Indian liquor is popular among poor people.
Wow, they're throwing things at me.
Well, this will be most interesting. This is 27 minutes from Dharavi Slum, Mumbai. It'll be very interesting. I need other people in America to listen to these shows because we don't know how people live around the world. And if you really think that, we can export our way of life and open our borders to anybody in general, if you're a Democrat, this really helps educate you in the troubles and the trials of other people in other countries. That's not to say we should just give our country away to anybody, but we at least need to be attentive to their needs without having to cater to corruption within their ranks. I have a whole different approach to getting people the food and water that they need by airdropping it on the regions, as long as we have authorization to do that. I really believe that we could help people a lot more if we just mass produce food and water. It seems like a simple solution, but it's also a very real solution. The simplest things are the most portable ideas, the most likely to be accepted. A 10 terabyte drive for 180? Wow. Because Costco has a sale item of 130 for an 8 terabyte hard drive. Amazing. Wow, that's amazing. 10 terabyte. Did you recover your blank account? No. Fox News, U.S. leading the charge and pushing back against the UN's migration agenda. Good. I hope the U.S. is. I think Donald Trump liked my idea of the 1,000-mile fence and knew that I wanted to be tough on this refugee issue. But I don't think he was very aware that this.
I think as the migrant caravan closes in and.
I don't think he was really that aware of the UN's agenda. I don't think Donald Trump has been tough enough on the UN, especially when they laughed at him recently. I think he could be a lot tougher on the UN. We can pull their purse strings and pull the Millennium Directive down. It's okay. I don't understand why he's being so soft in the UN. Yes, we want to utilize cargo containers to build a 1,000-mile wall along the border with Mexico and do it rather quickly. It's going to take prison labor to do, but it could be done. Now, part of the problem is we've got people pushing pencils around Washington, and the idea of a double-layer fence here made of containers makes total sense. I'm going to switch it around. I think it needs to go the other way. Yeah. Yep. There we go. That looks better. That's a $300 Filipino-made shirt, the one I'm wearing. Tell me about it. I got it for $3. Thrift store. This is, yeah, we're in the Black Friday mode, everybody. We're saving money on everything you can. I don't know how many people have saved, like, tons of money, but hey, who cares? At least we're helping the retail economy. You know, I really don't have a problem with the fact that we have these days. People can choose not to spend money or not to go out, but it is a good idea to, I'll tell you, Rodney Dangerfield, give people an opportunity to save some money when they wouldn't otherwise. And, you know, doing this may prevent them from looting someday, you know. Black Friday, gunman identified in Alabama mall shooting. Wow. A shooting today in Alabama left a 12-year-old girl and an 18-year-old young man with gunshot wounds, according to Hoover police. It took place at around 10 p.m. on River Chase Galleria in Hoover as shoppers began looking for Black Friday sales in Atlanta, Georgia. Police said a 21-year-old man from nearby Houghton was shot and killed by officers at the scene. Wow. So a guy went crazy and he was killed. But he shot Emantic Fitzgerald Bradford, a 21-year-old. And wow. Oh, he was shot and killed, responding to the shooting. Wow, he's the guy. The mother of the 12-year-old girl injured Thursday took to Facebook to thank people who came to her daughter's aid. She didn't realize she'd been shot in the back until Bennett's mother told her over the phone. That's kind of strange. Wait a second. Julie Mora Bennett said her daughter Molly didn't realize she had been shot in the back until Bennett's mother told her over the phone. Huh? She said she got the call before 10 p.m. and that several people came to her daughter's aid, including a military medic who cared for the girl until paramedics arrived, but a nurse who assured Bennett's mother that paramedics were doing things right, and shoe store employees who allowed medics to use a shirt off the rack to put pressure on her daughter's wound. Bennett said Molly was hurting a lot, but very brave and positive as always. So she was shot in the back, but didn't know it until her mother called. All right, I'm having a little problem with that. It's starting to reek of false flag, you know? It's like, seriously? Who doesn't know they're shot in the back? Oh, there's a 10 terabyte one at Best Buy? Are you serious? Oh, I got to go there right now. I can't stop. Excuse me, but I got to go to the Best. They're closing in 2 hours. I got to go. I'm going to go get that. Dave, you've never been shot, have you? No, I've never been shot. I just burned half my thumb off a few days ago. Yeah, but no, I've never been taken. Have you got gunshot wounds, dude? Talking tough now? You want to talk about your gunshot wounds? Yeah, that's a lot of porn. You can't possibly want 10 terabytes of porn. Yeah, that's ridiculous. What if it fails? Well, you have a refund, 30 days refund policy, I believe, at most stores. But actually ask before you sell. Sometimes it's like 15 days. No, of course you can't possibly get shot and not realize it until later. You're not going to believe this, but people are saying that I am actually Alex Jones. Now that's preposterous. You're making up stories. Are you saying that Alex Jones had a face change and turned into David Sponheim? Or are you saying that I am AI, possibly not even human? You can say whatever you want. I'm here to just talk to you. Or talk at you, depending on whether you're talking back. I am David, digital audio video entity. So let's take a look at what we've got. I was looking for my David thing here. I had... Ooh. You are traveling through another dimension. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of those sight and sound, of both things and ideas. Your next stop? America's third-party zone. Hold on just a second. Yeah, so you've come to a good place. We're here to talk about saving money. Yeah. The nice thing about this fence idea is it's $1 billion as opposed to $25 billion, which Trump wants to put out. And it can go 1,000 miles. We can even put kiosks in here. Every one of these could be built into a kiosk or an area for people to sleep. So the possibilities are enormous. We can cut little holes in the wall, like right here. Geometric holes. Make each one a little mini house. You only have 800 gigabytes of movies? Are you serious? How do you acquire all these movies legally? Because that would cost you a lot of money unless you were doing it illegally. Hello? I hope you have receipts for those DVDs, sir. Yeah. Go ahead. Make my day. Please don't let your body go digital. You know how that scares us. I realize. I try to maintain my human form at all times. Heavy Dirty's Out is in his room in his dark space with his Yukon Jack on a Friday night. Watch out. This is America. He's in the room. He's bouncing in and out. Okay, David, the Cuban jammer is down. The UHF signal is reaching Costa Rica loud and clear. Welcome, Costa Ricans. Hello. We love your food. Your pineapples especially when Hawaii doesn't deliver. Okay, he doesn't want to be seen. He's in stealth mode. Does have a light bulb in the house. Do you really want anyone in your chat could afford that many movies? Dave, you really think anyone in your chat could afford that many movies? Well, I totally thought that Misanthropy would never download 800 gigabytes of movies because that's totally illegal, dude. Oh. Yeah. You didn't realize that? We'll get with it. Hey, we played a little video tonight of how they started the fire in California. And I'm kind of shocked that some people say this is how the fire department responds to potential fires, is they set fires. Now, I think this video alone is enough evidence to fire every fireman in the country who did this. This is the most serious piece of evidence we have of how they seeded the fire that hit the Campfire region of California and killed nearly 90 people. Look at this. A picture of a helicopter dropping cinders on the fire itself. And people are trying to tell me that this is a normal thing. This is what they do. Look at that. It's like a cinder maker in there burning out sparks. And it's just throwing this stuff like metallic particles into the woods, burning it, starting it. Well, let's be clear. Anyway, need I say more? Yeah, it's just dropping them, seeding them right on the ground there. Look at that. Trying to get it closer so you can look at it. Just dropping, burning cinders all over the fire in California. Now, I'm sorry, but this practice is only used in specific ways by fire departments, and this environment was completely uncharacteristic of those uses. It did not have the ability to absorb that type of huge 60-mile-an-hour wind with sparks flying is not something they'd want to confine to a certain area. So setting a fire to stop a fire and fighting fire with fire, admittedly, may work in some areas, but certainly not in those conditions, and they need to be processed as arsonists. Yeah, the fire department needs to be charged with arson so that those people can collect money on their houses, because right now it's an act of God. And you know and I know they set those fires with directed energy weapons. We've seen this in many different photographs already in front of our eyes. We don't have to go very far to find out. So let's just accept at this point that we've got a problem and our government's not fixing it. That's basically what's happening. So we can sit here and talk about it every night like we do, or we can actually build this political movement and begin to change the shape of our American future. Yes, the fire department should be charged with arson if that's what they were doing, dropping helicopter cinders in that area. We'll soon be establishing a plan to charge the fire department with arson. Do you realize that most of the arsonists, there's a high percentage of arsonists that are firemen? Did that ever occur to you that they like fire, so they become firemen? Hello? Wow, some people just don't have critical thinking ability. I'm amazed. I don't know if the CIA was involved. I mean, were there children there? I mean, we'd find out more if there were children there. Did you hear Phil Flanagan said that the fires in Malibu were designed to destroy pedo evidence? That's fascinating. Where'd you get that story, Phil? I haven't heard that yet. Phil Flanagan over here with a possible Malibu fire reason. It's unlikely that they would get that close to the water, too, with all the, preparedness that's been going on. It's possible, Phil. Jar Jar thinks so. How would you suggest the fire department cut a fire break through miles of dense wood by hand? They don't need a fire break when they're dealing with a cavern like a canyon fire with 60-mile-an-hour winds. You don't build a fire break. How can you? The wind will disperse it up and onto the outward slopes. Are you using your brain for any critical thinking at all? Wow, you really are retarded. I mean, no offense. Well, it is technically a medical term. You really are retarded. I'm so sorry. We should have an optional room for people with low IQs, This guy is heavy, dirty soul. He's not a dumb guy. He's a pretty smart guy. He knows exactly what's going on. And he's sitting in his secret place right now with his cool background. I know, they're pretty stupid over there, aren't they? Whoa, that looks like something important. It's like an emblem of some sort. Is that the secret society you're involved in? You don't have to comment. Okay. Anyway, thank you for attending this show. David, George H.W. Bush recently told the local media the JFK shooting was more than a random assassination. He said he couldn't go further because he was CIA. Wow, are you serious? Guess 258? Well, thank you. I'm glad George H.W. Bush is coming out about this. Thank you. And, if this gives him some sense of solace in his old age, this could be a big move. I would love it if George H.W. Bush would do a deposition right now and talk about it. Even if it's a sealed deposition only to be opened upon his demise. I would love that. We'd begin to rewrite a little bit of the history that we've been dumbed down to believe is accurate. No, the modern firefighting techniques you're describing, and I've researched them, are only used in situations where there is low winds, not high winds. So what you're saying is partially true, but again, wrong context. You cannot put fire breaks in the middle of a fire in high wind situations. It's only going to create and spread fire. Anybody who thinks otherwise is an absolute buffoon and should be charged with arson. Well, if they're using the largest firefighting jet in the world already, they're dropping toxic flame retardant on the fires. How ironic when they're sitting right next to perfectly pure salt water. Yeah, let's get into the wave, okay? Here comes the Dave wave. I'm back. I'm going to give you the truth as we see it. It's all I can do, man. We're going to show you the vehicle that will save the day. The Super Scooper. That's what we're looking for. The fact of the matter is we're using jets with flame retardant that are causing toxicity in the groundwater. That practice should have been outlawed about 50 years ago, but they still use it. And it doesn't show to be truly effective. In fact, our area is so filled with flame retardant, we can't even drink some of our water. So you people who have your head up your ass, you need to wake up a little bit and wipe it off with a moist towelette. Now you're lucky because I've lost my super scooper. All right, I remember now when I got rid of it. Yeah, I got to go get it again. I know. Kind of sucks having only one super scooper picture to show you. But I'll reemerge as a better person for it. Yeah. Let's look at just a super scooper up close and personal. These are bombardiers. They are super portable. They're prop jobs. They work great. Let's watch it up close from a video angle. You'll see what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Scooper. Now, any body of water can be used to pull this up. And this is a typical day, like a small trip inland from an area in California. It has to refuel a few times because it's a lot of travel back and forth, but these things really do soak up enough water in stages. We bring in 15 of these planes. We can make the California coastline so moist, it never would have fire. Thank you. My hair is moist and supple, yes. Thank you, Kiefer Boy. Appreciate the compliments for my hair. All right. You're going to smack the crap out of Clinton, Hillary, Obama, Eric. You're going to smack the hack. Who smacks people? Are you a Trump tard? Oh, that's right. You body slam people. That's what you do. Wow, look at that little kitty. Well, you got the award for cutie there. That's a cute kitten. He's got the light on his cat, and he's giving her a cat rub. Look at that. Isn't that the cutest little picture? Yeah, heavy dirty soul is in there rubbing his cat. That is a beautiful cat. Wow. I love the coloring. What an amazing crossbreed. Wow. Look at her. Isn't she something? Black on one side and calico on the other. Wow. Amber alert. Check out these turkeys getting in without a hassle. There are some turkeys that have been trying to smooth sailing, no problemo. Here they are traveling across the border into America. No one thought to think that these turkeys could be driving the car with a self-driving autonomic 1957 Chrysler station wagon. Yeah, I never would have guessed. How many turkeys have those with automatic controls? That's kind of nice. Tries made it funny. Tracking humor. Dave, yesterday at the table I said I was thankful that Scissorfight is not a mod in here. Oh, you're just trying to hurt Scissorfight's feelings. That can't happen. He's impervious to that. He doesn't like Vaughn, and I don't blame him. You guys have some serious problems. I don't know where you're coming from half the time. You seem to still think T. Rucker is dead? That's kind of funny. Yeah, I know. You buy the whole story, don't you? Well, we don't know until there's a death certificate presented, so I'm still waiting. We know Amanda has been very upfront about her life struggles, and I think she's making a new start, and I wish her the best. Yeah, look at her. Here's Amanda from T. Rucker fame. You know, the place you guys used to hang out before, they stopped their show because they made so much money doxing us.
I got out of a bad marriage right before I started doing this. I was in a relationship with someone for 6 years or so, and I was married for 3. It was a very emotionally abusive mutually just not good for each other relationship.
I think she really made a good effort to explain herself in this video. I'm glad she did, too. Well, he claims to be dead, or at least people around him claim to be he died, so. She has not made a video on this channel after he died. This turned out to be before he died, allegedly. So I thought it was after because it was posted after, but it was on a reposting site called whatever. Now she's a cam girl. That's what I hear. And that, there's a pretty interesting market for cam girls. Whatever she's doing to survive as a woman is her choice. I don't think we should judge people on their choices. I really don't. And I'm sure many of you have touched yourself looking at her. But the bottom line is, this is a reality that people are living. You got to get through life. She's doing it the best way she can, right? Really? Greyhound buses. Okay. Mr. Davidio, hello. Welcome. She looks like a bleep, bleep, bleep on her forearm. I'm not into the tattoo things either. They bug me, yeah. Well, it's just they found a link between tattoos and skin cancer, and I think people should be aware of that, don't you? I'm just saying. Let's not ignore the truth. So we talked a little bit about social credit systems in China evolving tonight. I'm not really sure if it's good for any country to limit activity within their own country based on their social credit scores, but they're saying that Trump is prepared for talks again with President Xi Jinping, that he wants to make a deal, Trump said. And yeah. I don't know. The tariffs that Trump put in place could very well hurt both of our countries. David, can you say hello and happy Thanksgiving to my family? We're watching in the living room and eating leftover turkey pizza. Well, congratulations. You guys got the smartest thing going, turkey pizza. Who would ever thought? Good for you, man. You pizza stores ought to start doing a turkey pizza. I didn't get one in my area. That looks like a great idea. Yeah, with a little bit of cranberry sauce. Sarah says turkey and cranberry go great. That's something we could do, a turkey cranberry pizza. That would be great. Merry Christmas and Happy Easter ahead of time. Sure. Well, I think turkey pizza sounds better than no sales at all if you're a struggling pizza parlor. Turkey pizza, $2 a slice. That'll get you some money, right? Tariffs have hurt China more so far, but why should anyone hurt? Good point. Yeah, and that's our issue too. It's like Trump imposed these tariffs because he wanted to gain some leverage on him personally. Now, no doubt when Trump goes out to Beijing and meets with Xi Jinping again, it'll come with, oh, I was wondering if you could allow me to open up Trump hotels in every one of your cities. I've got a miniature version I want to work on. Ivanka has it all. She'd like to share the story with you privately. Ivanka would love to tell you more about it later. And President Xi Jinping likes Ivanka because he gave her 38 trademarks. Some she doesn't even use because she dropped her entire clothing line. One of them was the Trump escort service, too. You can speak Mandarin. That might be helpful, another brother. Yeah, you could be a big part of our Chinese connection when I become president. But until then, it's a violation of the Logan Act for me to communicate with China. I don't think it's good that we pay tariffs and other countries do not. No, I don't think tariffs should even be blocking our relationship with China. I think we could go back to a pre-tariff status with China when I become president. China, if you're listening, I can't talk to you, otherwise it would violate the Logan Act. Yeah, I can't talk directly to China or Russia, like Trump did before the election when he rigged it in his favor. When he made those deals with those Russian oligarchs to buy those properties in Florida that sold for double their value, that's called money laundering. all kinds of embezzlement and all kinds of weird exchange of funds. I mean, it's some serious charges that need to be levied. If Mueller doesn't come up with a plan real soon, we're kind of screwed. We're waiting for some old man who didn't even get it right about 9/11 to come up with the answers to Trump. I mean, I'm almost at the point where I want to embrace what we've got here and just kind of cling to what we have until the end of 2020, because we are really in need of new leadership. Trump isn't going to cut it. We aren't inspiring our people, and we aren't interacting with the left and the right. This is another administration, no different than Obama, who wouldn't listen to the opposition and said it was his way or the highway, just like Trump is doing now. We're not trying to make anybody anything yet. I don't really care, okay? And we can't really talk about other people in our chat room. We have a standing rule not to mention other people. Yeah, but you guys can think whatever you want. I can tell you Hay is as conservative as Patrick is. But we're not going to make it the whole show about these two guys, you see. I know, I'm concerned about that too. So Trump definitely did another faux pas recently when he installed the leader Matthew Whitaker to replace Jeff Sessions as Attorney General. And this appointment essentially is in a self-defeating and self-incriminating slip-up. Trump indicated that he installed Matthew Whitaker to kill the Russian probe. So he still feels probed by the Russians, by the investigation. So in a sense, he didn't really get the whole message that it's obstruction to fire people that are investigating you. That kind of passed over his head. Yes, my mother made turkey in a bag before she passed on. She used a special plastic wrap that Reynolds makes. I got to tell you, it is very effective. It is very effective, but I still am a little worried about plastic waste. No, seriously, it's a type of plastic that Reynolds Wrap makes that is completely heat resistant. It won't melt down, so you can heat it in a bag. I just don't trust hot plastic. I mean, I wish I could go there. Plus, I don't see the point of making a turkey in peanut oil in a turkey cooker, because you waste so much peanut oil. It's ridiculous. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the droppings from my turkey. I'm telling Sarah I might make rice with it, because there's a lot of flavor there, you know. I could make a big batch of rice and store it in the freezer. Fans since 2012 now considering leaving the ATP Club for some new politics made. Oh, tell me about that, Guest 11. Yeah. Which policies are you talking about? The no LGP support? Yeah, a lot of people are having problems with that. I finally told people that I don't want to be like the Democrats and support LGBTQ. But I will retain the existing anti-discrimination laws in preference to make sure that people who have lesbian, gay, bi tendencies will not get fired from government jobs. But I can't walk down that aisle that LGBTQ is walking with the Democrats, because it's a really slippery slope. No pun intended. It's kind of like a Wesson oil party, you know? But my problem is that we can't keep accommodating more and more people with multiple genders. So. Yeah, we feel that no one should be discriminating against somebody, but I can't help you who want to create an accommodation for pedophiles. Because the LGBTQ group is going to be merged with the LGBTQP group, and it'll be including pedophiles soon. So I just can't go in that direction. Okay, good. I'm glad he left. Yeah, it's just not something I can possibly cater to. We've got so many other issues besides social agendas like LGBTQP that we'd be sidetracked. We've got brutality issues in the streets of America by cops that need to be addressed. Oh, Sarah did not change it to medical only. No, Sarah and I are on the same. You misinterpreted her. No. If that's your issue, that you got it wrong. We are 100% pro-recreational across the board. All legalization nationwide. It's not medical only. She's never smoked marijuana. She doesn't have any personal interest in this at all. I've enjoyed smoking marijuana, and I can tell you that it is the most comforting medicinal herb ever created on earth. David, are there others telling you about all the mudslinging? No, I'm the only one telling people about the mudslinging. Do you need me to send you a pic when I do? Not yet. You want to do the cooking show again as a repeat in the after show? Why? Is it that popular? I think the legal age of marijuana should, of course, be equivalent to any alcohol right now. It's 21. But I've talked about lowering the legal age of alcohol to 18 for military personnel, so it's kind of a tough subject to go over. Oh, you can believe that we went to the moon. I believed with all my heart that we went to the moon up until about 2016, 2015. I started to begin doubting. I saw photographs that were enough to make me question the moon landing. It was a very slow process, but like this one, for instance.
Good over. Roger, you have good thrust.
Port stage, push. Engine arm is destined. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag side. Pitch over.
Roger, you have good thrust.
Get the pro. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition.
You can practically see the rope when it's being pulled up. And you could, the piano wire they used back then, it's a miniature. So why would they create a miniature of the moon landing takeoff in Apollo 17?
1, ignition.
It's ridiculous. I mean, you could make this in your backyard with a small video camera. Well, you don't see the string because all the lights in the back have been put in high contrast, thereby eliminating the string. Pretty simple photographic effect. When you get such high contrast, you don't see anything. That explains why they don't have any pictures of stars in any of the footage of NASA. Well, even if the footage was not shot on film, it was telecast like all the other near events. I think we got a wild one in our room here. I saw somebody coming in there with their butt. Okay. iVlog has this co-hosting feature where they come in with their butts. Yeah, another Neil Armstrong punch. We've seen Buzz Aldrin recently tell a little girl that we never went to the moon. We know that Neil Armstrong didn't talk to anybody after he said that we went to the moon. He went in total dark silence until much later in his life. And hardly anybody who ever walked the moon talked about it. Somebody tried to moon me in my room just now. A lot of things are moon related right now. Okay, so we're done with the container fence. I've given you enough of that. I could drop out of that. It's the least I can do. Now this up here, I wanted to explain to everybody what's happening. The New World Order, which we're all concerned about, that's probably why we gather here. They're controlled mostly, they're the richest people in the world that are controlling what they think is our future. In their deluded minds, they think that they're going to be able to control the world with their money. And they've used the World Bank as their source of control. I've always been fair in my policy of immigration. I disagree. I believe that we want fast-track naturalization to happen for people. When I brought up the container fence idea, I really wanted people to understand we will be providing housing at the border with this plan. Free housing for people that are there, just bare minimum housing, bunk beds, the whole deal. We're not going to be able to do much because since we we are using this as a part of our jurisdiction because it will be on our territory and it's still subject to our jurisdiction. We do have responsibility to at least make sure that the people there are treated okay. Now, this is preparation for immigration problems. But if people want to seriously seek asylum here, they will have to be going through the trial process. But we will make a process available to people who want to seek asylum to join our fast-track naturalization plan, where they can buy for $10,000, for instance, they could buy an opportunity to take the test to become a U.S. citizen and thereby walk into the country with their head high and not worry about being bothered at the border. Fast-track naturalization is an idea I came up with probably in 2009. And in 2010, Barack Obama started using that wording, that very same wording that I came up with in a speech, a State of the Union speech that he made. Very interesting. So this concept is a big part of our solution for people who are immigrants. I haven't changed my position at all. And I haven't changed my position on marijuana. It's full recreational legalization across the nation. Boy, somebody got to you and told you the wrong things about what we're doing. Can we see the water purifier image? Desalination. Jar Jar. Yes, sure. Thank you, Jar Jar. I'm not going to tell Egghead you said hello, okay? All right. You know, I'm not in any way going to be able to deal with the immigration crisis that's coming without preparing for it. Trump didn't listen to my plan of building a 1,000-mile fence. He wanted to create a wall. He didn't prepare. We're still sitting here with nothing except for a joke of a fence that's only a few miles long. He wants to charge $4,500 a single linear foot for that fence. It's ridiculous. Take a look at our ocean pipeline project. This idea is a plan to desalinate water up and down the coast of California and also around the world. Any country that wants to use this concept can right now. What we did, we tested this out, and I built a plastic dome, clear plastic dome, and I put troughs of water in it. In the center is the seawater, and I covered both ends, and it heats up to about 150 degrees, and it can create up to 3 to 5 gallons of fresh water a day. Maybe as much as 10 if we use certain filtration systems. But what we do is we pump seawater in here with a natural, non-fossil fuel-based pump, like a solar pump or a windmill pump. And we keep the water moving between the containers so nothing really accumulates a lot of bacteria because they're constantly moving. At the same time, they're evaporating. And in the middle of this dome, the water essentially, thank you. The water actually evaporates, and then dewdrops of fresh water, pure water, 100% pure water, land on the sides of the inside of the dome. So it's just like a shower. Water drips down when it condenses. So dehumidification occurs. Fresh water is accumulated in the troughs to the side. We then can put that in a storage area, and you can sit on a massive amount of fresh water accumulating over time naturally without any fossil fuel burned whatsoever. And the more these things propagate around the world, the more fresh water we have, the more likely we're going to have less of a problem dealing with each other. In fact, on our anti-war rally, we talk about the key to lasting peace is fresh water. That the fresh water is one of the secrets. Then the more water we have, the more likely people will have food, and the more likely people will have prosperity, and the more likely they're not going to fight. I don't believe scientists should dwell on what's going to kill humanity when we've already seen what's going to kill humanity. Greed. We've already seen it. Oh, really? You have a product that's made that doesn't support bacterial growth. Well, it could build up, Ben, but we also could use even simple processes of cationic deionization. Cationic deionization will actually eliminate algae in these types of pools. We can run a slight electrical current through it. It's perfectly fine. We do it in swimming spas all the time, and it's totally been worked out. They have ozonators as well that can generate ozone and can operate off solar power. By the way, the idea I came up with is in 2005, and Sarah and I are on record talking about this in 2008. Trump stole the idea in 2013, I believe. He pretended to create an ocean dome, and it was just a complete takeoff of our idea. And he hasn't done a thing about it since, I might add. I have prioritized passionate, yes. You're not saying anything that is other than a lie here. Guess 1125. You're seemingly trying to interrupt the show by saying things that are not true. Every single thing you said, I have never said, nor has Sarah. So you've been kicked out of the show. Okay. There's a thread about you on the dark net. You're not allowed to post anything on the dark net here, ever. Yeah. We're going to pull him out of the show if he does that again. I don't really care at this point. We're beyond worrying about what the outcome is going to be from what we're doing. If I was worried about the outcome, I wouldn't be doing it. Well, I didn't know there was a Holocaust in America, so you'll have to cue me in on that one. Explain me what Holocaust. There's been a Holocaust against Native Americans in America, but I've never heard of Jewish people being killed in America. I don't recommend getting tattoos. I believe that more tattoos, the more likelihood of skin cancer. I wouldn't want you to have skin cancer. No, I don't have an engineering background at all. No, I'm just a free thinker who has creative ideas that could help solve America's problems. Now here's the jet that they use to drop on Campfire and other places. And what it's doing, as much as they claim it's effective, what they're...
The airplane that you claim they drop cinders.
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll play that for you. Here's a plane that drops flame retardant on land, which can be toxic to the water supply. I just don't see the point of dropping flame retardant all over the place. So what I'm recommending is something a lot more beneficial, and that is the Super Scooper. This plane that can virtually pull water. It's like a bombardier that can pull water right out of the ocean or a lake and drop it right on. Look at how big that is. It scoops it right in there and it drops it right on the fire itself. Now, water is a lot better than flame retardant on landscapes, I assure you. So we have to be prepared to use this type of a water gathering device and drop it in sequence, like 15 of these planes all together. Boom, 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 one after the other, to get rid of fires like the Campfire that's killed nearly 90 people now. It's just ridiculous that we haven't done this. Jerry Brown had a chance to do this. He never did. Big mistake. Now I'm going to play a video for you, Sarah.
Thank you.
From our collection, which, according to some person that came in here, was something that they said that we really should recognize that this is a standard practice that firemen use typically to start fires, to define the fire and kind of squeeze it.
Well, they probably call it like backfires or...
Well, yeah, well, they have a video of this in the California fire that just happened. And you'll see, we'll zoom in on the helicopter. I'm going to close it on the screen for all of you. But you can see it's dropping cinders just to ignite fires in the area. It literally started the fire that killed nearly 90 people now. And you can see the cinder maker that's creating the charges being dropped on the fire right there, starting the fire, seeding the fire. This is solid evidence the fire was, in many ways, enhanced. Now, somebody said, well, they do this all the time. It's a typical firefighting practice. Not in high winds. In high winds, that would be considered arson. because they're highly uncontrollable.
Wow.
And these fires, when you set fire to fight fire like this, that's not going to solve a problem in a high wind situation. So I don't believe that that technique could be possibly used to help those people. And I think history has proven that those people all died and they lost all their homes. So let's face it.
It's not YouTube. Go ahead and post that link in the chat.
Yeah, this is 153. This would be kicked off YouTube. 153news.net has this link about the firefighting. Helicopter seeds
But
fire.
you know, the thing is, I could see if it was next to like a if it wasn't in the middle of a forest. I guess it just seems like.
Well, no, setting it in a dry forest is arson. Anyone who says otherwise, especially in high winds, that's arson. So we are looking at telltale proof of what appears to be arson committed by the fire department in that region. That's a serious allegation. I think we're going to have to investigate all of this. Problem is, our country doesn't want to investigate anything. Our leaders don't want to even bother looking into this. Huh. Anyway, Sarah's going to take over. If you guys want to talk about fast-track naturalization, I want to follow up real quick on this subject. The World Bank, the New World Order is my proposed problem that we're dealing with. The World Bank is their utility to use in our country. There's one other aspect in this that I think I forgot to add to this list. The World Bank controls the EU and it also controls the UN, but it also controls the Fed. And I think our bank, which runs, one of the largest world economies, is dealing with a simple fact that the Fed, it definitely has a major influence over our economy. So to make this entire formula more complete, we have to look at the possibility that, I wanted to pull the Fed out of there. It seems like it can't write over a single text message because what happens is...
Well, if you pulled it out, then maybe...
No, I tried this. It's a glitch in the system. I'm just going to go ahead.
Let's not do that till you come back.
Yeah, I'm going to do it when I come back, but I just wanted to at least stick it there. Okay. All right. Thank you. Watch, it'll fit in there. See? Mm-hmm. All right, so I'll talk about that later when I come back, but Sarah can talk about the... whatever, because somebody was saying, some idiot was saying that our policies are changing, and he was completely lying in the room. So I think we have to ignore those people.
Yeah, just ignore people.
Thank you. Okay, so if you have any questions about any policies, feel free to ask Sarah. She's in total agreement. Great. Would you want to make a fire break in 60-mile-per-hour winds? No, I wouldn't. And that's my point. I mean, it's clearly arson. But thank you for letting me show you that, too. People didn't see that. I think we're good.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that before.
All right.
Thanks for showing it to me.
You're welcome.
Yes, there are areas where I differ from David in beliefs. Yes. There are. Sorry, but it's true. Sorry, David. Anyway. Sarah doesn't like MLP. What is MLP? Major League Players? Major League. Who said I don't like My Little Pony? Well, you would say, well, I did, Sarah, because you don't know what MLP stands for, therefore you must not know about My Little Pony. I know about Rainbow Dash. I haven't been following it maxed over credit. Thank you, 613. And Pinkie Pie. I know about Pinkie Pie too. What's the other one? No, I don't know anything really about Antifa. Thanks, it's epic. Wow. But do you like the Care Bears? I mean, nobody ever talks about the Care Bears anymore. It's all about My Little Pony, but they don't talk about the Care Bears. Twinkle Star. You like the purple and blue one? Okay. Yeah, I remember Care Bears and Cabbage Patch Kids. That's what we grew up with. My favorite thing of the time, though, of course, was Mr. Rogers. Yeah, G.I. Joe. My brother's like that. I wasn't really into the military back then when I was growing up, so I wasn't that big into G.I. Joe, I have to say. I couldn't afford an Easy Bake Oven. I think I remember one, but I couldn't really afford that when I was growing up. Yeah. I remember when I could afford, well, I remember going shopping with this lady for her kids, and she had to get this doll where you fed the doll and then the doll would wet itself or something, but you fed the doll, and I was like, how does that work? And you feed, it's like this spoon, and it had the like part that came out, and then the doll would touch the doll's lips, and it would disappear into the spoon. That was kind of cute. Yeah, my mom didn't want me playing with Barbies either. I sometimes did when I went over to other people's houses, but my mom really didn't. I didn't have a Barbie of my own. Yeah, I heard about the pooping dolls. I thought that was just weird. I never was in one of those classes where they made you like take care of the doll either. Yeah, they didn't do that. Maybe they did, but I was in an AP course, and so we didn't do that because they knew the AP kids, they just had like a conversation. There's too much population. What should we do about it? Well, if we stopped having kids, there wouldn't be as much population. Let's just not have kids. How can you not have kids? Protection? Yeah, pretty crazy maxed out credit. Yeah. Oh, I loved the Etch-a-Sketch. That I had the Etch-a-Sketch, and I loved that thing. I still love like playing with magnets and iron filings. You used to put a Black Sabbath tape in a Teddy Rumpskin. Or was it a teddy bear that played tapes? And then 613 taped empty paper towel rolls to his brother's head. What? He had to take care of the fake baby in high school. Yeah, I didn't have to take care of a fake baby. Instead, I took care of a real baby. Yeah. Not my own real baby. It was my brother or my sister. My mom kept having children. And my sister and my nieces too. Because my sister had children when she was young. Simple puzzles and games, yeah, they have a learning curve, but they're enjoyable. You did that as well? You took care of your small siblings? As David or I any good at chess? Well, I was part of the chess club in middle school. I have to say, way to go, middle school. I was nerdy then, and I was embarrassed that I was so nerdy, but I appreciated all those teachers in my middle school for putting in the extra time to run those clubs. And they did it during their lunches. So thank you for giving up your lunch break or however you worked it out to run those clubs. And after school drama club, thank you. He did drama and art and after school clubs. You rocked. I forget your full name, but thank you. But he also ran the chess club. And yeah, I would go in there at lunch and I'd play chess, and my grandma loved to play chess. Then that summer I went and visited my grandma, and I beat my grandma, and then she didn't want to play chess with me anymore. And I loved checkers. When I was really young, I played against my grandpa. I played checkers against him. I think I beat him too. But I don't know. Did you let me beat you, Grandpa? Actually, I couldn't beat my grandma at chess. I tried the same moves that I tried on that chess teacher, and I beat him, but I didn't beat my grandma. Is that a challenge? No, that's not a challenge. I haven't played chess in so long. You love chess, you just wish you didn't suck at it. Yeah, sometimes I feel like chess is... I haven't played it in so long. But I'll say 258, you should get together with Blog TV Session and you guys should play chess. The one that went into hiding for a really long time after he won 258. Your mom had 2 sets of kids that were 25 years apart? Wow. I am so sorry that was you ran a small kid restaurant from your shed. I'm so sorry that you had a traumatic childhood. It sounds like maxed out credit. You can't have Amber, but I'll play you checkers. I mean, yeah, I like checkers. I should teach my students how to play checkers. Man. The thing is, I loved checkers so much that my aunt she was a quilter, and she made me a checker set. I've lost it, but she quilted a checkerboard for me, and then on each side of the checkerboard she made like pockets for the checkers. That was what she made me one Christmas, and I kept it for most of my childhood. I love that thing. Yeah, and she had my name on it, Sarah. So like it rolled up and it said Sarah when it was rolled up and it was all fabric, and then we rolled it out and it had 2 pockets on the side with the black checkers and the red checkers, and then the checkerboard. It was homemade. It was so cool. She taught me to sew, and I loved my aunt. Yeah, it was neat. It was very neat. I should teach students how to play checkers. 2nd graders should learn how to play checkers if they don't know how. And 3rd graders and anyone above. Actually, I think it was 2nd grade that I was playing checkers. Yep, I learned to sew. In fact, I sewed a quilt. The interior I did on a machine. David bought me a sewing machine, and I still have it in my closet. I don't use it very often, but I sewed the interior of this quilt. I sewed a baby quilt for my nephew. Had Winnie the Pooh on it. And the interior I sewed with the machine, and I tried. The hard part about a quilt is like the border, and because you have to make sure like it's wrapped inside. Anyway, I hand stitched the entire border of the quilt. It took me, I don't know, it took me many hours to sew it, because I'd sit in front of the TV probably a month or two. I'd sit and sew. Yeah. And so David still has it. I think he still has the jacket I sewed on at the same time. David had a jacket, and one of the sleeves was like torn on the elbow. So I made these like cool little like elbow pads and sewed them on. I would be good at doing sutures in medicine, but I like, did you see how I sutured the turkey? Closed. You can watch the video. Anyway, yeah, I turned it into like a smoking jacket. Exactly. You would think losing a house would be a big blow to your well-being if you got a divorce. I agree with that. Anyway, I haven't done any sewing in a while. I need to sew. I have this leather skirt and I need to fix the zipper on it. And I probably need to hand stitch that in. Okay, go for it, Misanthropy. I was thinking of darning my socks this morning. I threw out a pair of wool socks, and then I was wearing this pair of cotton socks that had holes, and I was like, should I throw these out? David said yes, and then I just put them in the laundry and washed them today. So maybe next time. I think I might buy one of those pairs of socks that David told me about at Walmart, but they're white cotton. I prefer black, but I might still buy them because I collect wool socks. I do have a pair of those that need to be darned a little bit too. Maybe I'll do that soon. Maybe I'll sew when I'm older. I was doing some like cross stitching too when David and I first met. Oh yes, that's true. I could get free copies of Windows 10 Education Edition. Oh, that's true. I've never used a knitting machine. My friend has a loom. Well, actually, I take that back. If you're talking about a loom, I used the loom once at it was the same aunt that made that cool checkerboard for me. She took me on this family trip. I visited her for this one summer, and we went to this like farm. It was like, see how an old-fashioned farm worked, and it was like this tourist attraction. And we went there, and they had a place where you could make your own butter, and you could use an old-fashioned loom and things like that. So I did that. But I never learned about knitting. Why does Misanthropy have tattoos? Do you have tattoos, Misanthropy? Oh, I did not know I'm entitled to a discount on Amazon Prime. I'm going to do that before I'm no longer a student. I'm going to buy, because I think I'm going to buy the year-long membership. Yes means you do have tattoos. Okay. Well, I was saying I've never dated any guy with tattoos. All right, sorry, 258, I got lost. You're afraid this non-qualified veto guy will get the Democrats' vote for POTUS? David would be much better. We have to find a way to sell him. I agree. Yeah, I've never dated anyone with tattoos that I remember. At least not long term. At least I don't think they had tattoos. Oh, good job, Anita. Check out knitting machines on Amazon. Okay. Climate change will shrink the U.S. economy and kill thousands, a government report warns. A climate report warns of grim economic consequences and worsening weather disasters in the United States. Okay, I'm just going to Google knitting machines. Wow. So there's one that must do socks or something like that. Selecting your knitting machine should be done carefully. I don't knit or crochet. I haven't done any knitting or crocheting. Well, maybe I've done some crocheting. I know one difference between knitting and crochet. Crochet uses one special needle with a hook, and knitting uses two needles with no hooks. That's about all I know. Beto O'Rourke, is that who you're talking about? Interesting, 258. I haven't followed him. I don't know if I want to know about him either. Wow. As a Prime student member, for a 6-month trial. Okay, I will do that in the other room. Prime student sign up. About Prime student graduation, what's that? I've got to go into switch from Amazon Prime to Yeah, I can, so I do have an EDU account. Good. Thank you. Oh, you spray painted your body with tan spray paint so you don't have any tattoos? Wait, you mean so it doesn't appear that you have any tattoos, even though you do, and you have like the full sleeves? Is that what it is? You have like tattoos on your neck or something? That's one thing David said he liked about me, is I don't have any tattoos. Your whole body is a one big tattoo. You purposely shave your head so that you can tattoo up here. Like, I've got to tattoo my tattoo my scalp. You wish. I just gave you an idea, like, oh yeah, that's one place I haven't tattooed yet. It's my scalp. The nice thing about tattoo, that's like the only place you should tattoo is your scalp. No, just kidding. But I do have a body piercing. I have my belly button pierced. Well, I would say one of the reasons like I like that I have that pierced in the other parts is because then I can wear shirts and nobody knows that I have that pierced. Is it romaine lettuce? Then maybe not. But I've also had romaine lettuce, organic romaine lettuce, and I didn't throw it out and I ate it and I haven't gotten sick. Wait, did I eat it? Or did David? You don't know? Taste it. If it tastes sweet, actually maybe you should wash it first. Does it look like the color of paper, like white? Then it's probably not romaine, and it would be iceberg, and it would be just fine. Well, I had a really cute belly button, and it was a phase. I just wanted to decorate it, and so I wanted to get it pierced, and I wish I didn't, because I had a really, really cute belly button before. And now it's okay with the piercing, but it was better without it. I agree with you, Misanthropy. If you got it from a establishment, then you're probably okay with the lettuce. I feel like my hair is... Even though Chipotle had to shut down for a while because they were selling lettuce, they had some contamination issue. Oh yeah, that's what happened to me too. I let some guy pierce me and then he became a rock star. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, I don't like putting different size gauges in my ear. I don't even wear earrings, even though I have my ears pierced. I very rarely wear earrings. Yeah, that's where I went 376. Excessive profanity got E. coli. That's a good one, Scissor Fight. Xenu, he's on a date. Didn't you hear? I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's Friday night. I'm hoping he went to a bar to find a girlfriend. That's true. I could do an updo and wear... I do have some pretty cool dangly earrings. Yes, I can let you know how it occurs. I'm sure you don't really want to know excessive, but I can let you know how it happens. Well, yeah, maybe he's doing some Black Friday shopping. Maybe he's going to find a girl that's doing some Black Friday shopping too. Well, that's a knitting machine. Wow.
All right.
Wow. That's quite a knitting machine. Oh yeah, Family Thursday, Friday's recovery section, yeah.
Knitting machine, yeah.
Oh.
Wow. And who doesn't want to knit and work with a sewing machine all the time? I mean, that's a fun thing, isn't it?
Easy to use. In 3 days, you're making sweaters.
You saved us money?
I am a sweater fan, that's
that?
true. Wait, you saved... Oh, because he wants... Oh, he wants me to get a student Prime account. A student Amazon Prime account.
Oh, is that a good deal?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay. You are a student. That would be good. Hall chef hat, really? No, you don't have to get me anything. I don't like wearing hats. Sarah said you lose your hair if you wear a hat.
I don't think you do if it's a chef hat, but...
Oh, so chef hats are special? They don't make men lose their hair?
No, because the hat itself isn't sitting like next to your scalp, causing your sweat to push into your scalp.
Okay, so you're saying Chef Ramsay...
But Chef Ramsay doesn't wear a hat,
Doesn't wear a
neither
hat,
neither does David.
Nor do I. I've been hoping for 2 years that David gets a chef hat.
Okay, I'll look for one. I didn't know you guys wanted
Why?
that so bad.
That's just so wrong. I don't want to wear a chef's hat in the show. No. That's ridiculous. I'm not a chef. I don't pretend to be a chef.
The thing is, what happens excessive is that in the fields where they harvest the lettuce, sometimes they use, they put in like, they either don't put in an outhouse for the workers, or they put in an outhouse for the workers that's not sanitary, and then the workers don't clean their hands properly after using the restroom, and then that's how E. coli can spread into lettuce or any vegetable.
I am a shepherd, so could you get me a shepherd's hat?
No, yes, the shepherd's hat, huh? Okay. Well, 258, what I do is I'm purposely growing out my hair because the place that accepts it, Locks of Love, they need a minimum of 10 inches. And so I grow out my hair to be about a foot, actually. So it's not just 10 inches, but a foot. And then I save it. And then upon my demise, it's going to go to Locks of Love.
Locks of Love. Or would you rather they were sold off in 1-inch pieces on memorial cards for donations to
America's Third Party?
No, not to America's Third, to cancer victims throughout the world.
No one's going to buy a 1-inch lock of my hair after I'm dead.
How do you know that? I mean,
besides,
would you buy a lock of Princess Diana's hair? Anybody? Press
no.
One if you would. Would any of you buy Princess Diana, a 1-inch of Princess Diana's hair?
Press 0 if
Press
you
1
wouldn't.
if you would. Apparently no one wants to buy anything. They're all broke.
See, 0, David.
0? You don't want Princess Diana's hair?
Okay. No, not since she's dead.
Well, look at this fun little fence that Trump is building that you can clip through with rubberized clippers.
Well, he's doing it. What's funny is he's doing it next to one of his other walls.
I know, because the other one doesn't work. That's hilarious. Look at that.
Oh,
so the wall we spent $145 million for has to have barbed wire put in front of it because it doesn't work. That's
That's
funny.
why it's costing $145 million for 6 miles.
Yeah.
I keep saying that.
I know.
6 miles. I mean, man.
We use the webcam C920 by Logitech.
Thank you, Logitech.
Yeah, it's a good one. And we paid for it with the funds from America's Third Party because we knew we were going to spend a lot of time with this camera. And now you can get these for about $50 now online. C920s. They're very good. Standard in the industry of what we do.
Today I tried the hot cranberry sauce, and I would recommend it cold. I like it better.
Cold cranberry hot
turkey with cold cranberry.
Right. Delicious. Well, enjoy. Thank you. I had some stuffing. That stuffed me.
I know. It does look... I agree with Misanthropy says that barbed wire thing looks uglier than the
container wall. I know. Tell me about it. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, Trump can't get anything right. Just follow the show to the letter, Trump, and steal my ideas one after the other. That's much better.
David
oh, thank you.
Smooch for you.
He's so nice. Oh. And if I had smooched her, you people would have been ecstatic. Because that's something they want to get a picture of. There was only a half a second of that shown in our show in 10 years. When we were, remember we were kissing in front of...
And I think we got rid of the recorded part.
No, I have a copy of it.
No, I know you have a copy of it.
But there, yeah, the recorded one didn't have it in it. No. We have one single kiss on record, but it was never recorded by anybody. So we've never kissed on camera, which is good. I'm trying to avoid that. People take it, so many different ways, like, they think so many different weird thoughts emotionally about kisses. People want to be, they want to be trusting of the people, to know that they are human and that they are not artificial intelligence. Now, as you know, it would be much easier for Sarah to kiss a green screen than to kiss me on the lips. So I have chosen to be here instead. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Let me interact with you in the chat. No, seriously, we've got climate change will shrink U.S. economy, kill thousands, fear, and more fear coming out of the Democrats, while they're allowing chemtrails to be dumped on our heads. Isn't that ironic? How absurd. Here we have daily mind-bending controlled talking points saying, oh, it's all global climate change. And I agree with the Republicans. No, it's not. We're actually heading into an ice age. But we are this is where both parties differ than what we do. We're being inundated by chemtrails. These horrible things that keep dumping on our skies that you cannot possibly reason away with, oh, those are condensed air. That's contrails, dude. No, they're chemtrails, sir. And they are poisoning you from inside. They're installing nanoparticles in your body. Even vaccines, aerial vaccines, can be sprayed on us that can make us docile. They have the ability, and Pentagon has talked about this, they have the ability to spray something on us that affects our brain. Now, they've had the ability for years to test this on laboratory animals for decades. And they know that certain types of vaccines will affect the brain. And one of those brain cells is actually, they've identified that's an active cell where people want to think up, do things, stand up for themselves. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. That gene is called the VMAT2 gene. And the VMAT2 gene controls our active thinking, aggression, and self-awareness. So the more they dumb us down with whatever nanoparticles are spraying in the air, the less likely we will have any chance of ever reasoning our way out of this net mess that they put us in. So they veritably created a toxic environment for people to not think. And then we wonder why we're so apathetic, right? Now, most of us are like, yeah, I really don't care, whatever. Just got to take care of yourself. And you are removed from the show instantaneously. Hey, any other questions? You are exposed to the more you are detectable. What a truism. Thank you for giving me that. So exposing your kids to germs makes the immune system stronger. I agree. But vaccinating your kids constantly actually increases the spread of germs 6.5 times. Ironically, the analysis of vaccines has been made aware from a CDC study recently done. Wow. Right. It dropped out of my main screen. Sorry. Hey, it's 9 o'clock. I can take my glasses and not use them. Good. Okay, so we're going to drop out of the chemtrail video and back into fast track naturalization. And if you'd like, we could learn about the New World Order and its necessary involvement in our lives. Otherwise, we're kind of wasting our time here. Yeah, if you don't want to find out about how they're trying to control our future and what they have planned for us, then we don't really need to talk. You can just sit back, watch Netflix, and wait to, be taken away to the FEMA camps or wherever you're going. Please zip tie me and take me away, thank you. Never mind Bezos buying the Washington Post. Justin Trudeau's government just bought the Canadian media. No kidding, seriously. Talk about no free press in Canada. My goodness, you Canadians must be really pissed off. Look at that. They used federal funding to buy their own media. Boy, you guys are heading faster to a police state, dystopian police state than we are. I thought we were bad, but I can't seem to grab that screen. There it is. $600 million in federal funding for media, a turning point in the plight of newspapers in Canada. Wow. Morneau said the government wants to protect the vital role that independent news media plays in our democracy and in our communities. If that isn't an Orwellian twist of bizarrity I've ever seen, look at that. Somehow the government in Canada thinks that they're going to help restore the free press. Wow, how is that possible? Free press doesn't have anything to do with the government. It can't. Otherwise, it's a communist Soviet-style propaganda machine. Have you ever seen Cart of Darkness? Excellent documentary into the social issues plaguing Canada. Hear, hear for you Canadians. Searching Cart of Darkness on YouTube. We have a 59-minute video called The Cart of Darkness. We played it the other night. Yes, I remember seeing it. I just didn't connect the name. It's about homeless guys in Vancouver, I believe, that ride the streets and are going like 55 miles an hour in shopping carts. Cart of Darkness. That's a good one. Yeah, we saw it the other day. Very good. Very informative. Okay, and then the other story that hit the main news today, the judge allows a lawsuit against the Trump Foundation, rejecting Trump's claim that he can't be sued. So thankfully the judges know the law. And the Trump is asking the Supreme Court to hear a challenge on transgender military ban. I just don't see the point. Trump was told by his Secretary of Defense, Mattis, that they weren't going to enforce the transgender military ban. And that is exactly what has happened. So Trump is still trying to, play this violin where he wants to put transgenderisms out of the military. Transgenders don't need to go out of the military. They're fine where they are. I have no problem with them staying in the military because we could use transgenders, frankly. The draperies need upgrading and the color schemes just don't work. But no, seriously, we have to work on any major way in which we can keep people employed. Anything we can do to keep people employed is the key. We've got 2 million people in the military. Nothing wrong with maintaining that flow. That's not the biggest chunk of our budget, so keeping people employed is very good. I would take that suit and shove it Take that suit and shove it. Yeah. I don't even want to go there. Roger Stone associate Jerome Corsi in plea negotiations with Mueller? Really? Are you serious? They're going after this guy, Jerome Corsi. I think they found a patsy or something. The Chinese is much larger. Their military is huge. They have 600 million men and women, but mostly men, prepared to defend China at all costs. Always study your enemy. But they're not really our enemy. I don't see them as a major threat to the world balance. I really believe that China is just trying to preserve its own national solidarity. I don't see China as an imperialistic power yet. Putting a South China Sea base out in the middle of nowhere is an inventive idea, actually. I mean, it's an inventive idea to build an island out of nothing, right? I don't see it as a direct threat because I looked at our positioning around the world, and I don't think we have a problem with bases in Diego Garcia and Mindanao, and of course, Japan, Okinawa, Honolulu. We have more than enough positions in that region, so I really don't see it as a major problem. I thought for a while they were just snubbing us by doing this. I just think they're looking out for their own good, and we have to look at it from that perspective. That's a safer way of approaching this relationship, that we're going to have to restore our relationship with China somehow. Trump has done a terrible thing by throwing us under the bus so that he could get some trade deals with, maybe work on the Trump enterprise and put a few hotels in Beijing. And what do you mean you don't want to do that? He has a $500 million project with Xi Jinping to develop a Trump consolidated interest in Indonesia. 500 million, and he's floating money. He's trying to get that money. So he's doing personal business at our expense. Chemtrails are going mainstream. Good. CNN are finally discussing this. Excellent. Thank you very much, Misanthropy. Well, some things take forever. Maybe this chemtrail discussion might just evolve.
While the world continues to debate how to handle climate change, the facts are crystal clear. Climate change is real. In fact, 17 of the 18 hottest years on record, that's dating back to 1880, have occurred since 2001. Earth's average surface temperature has risen by nearly 2 degrees Fahrenheit since the late 19th century. A 2017 report from the U.S. government's Climate Science Special Report states, quote, "It is extremely likely that human influence has been the dominant cause of the observed warming since the mid-20th century. As the Earth warms, one of the major concerns is the melting of Earth-based ice. Currently, glaciers are retreating all around the world, and massive ice sheets in Greenland and Antarctica are losing mass. From 2002 to 2006, Greenland lost as much as 60 cubic miles of ice. Similarly, Antarctica lost 36 cubic miles from 2002 to 2006.
All right, if I don't hear the word chemtrails or any stratospheric injection, I'm not going to even play this anymore. Is there any reference to chemtrails, weather modification, or stratospheric injection, aerosol injection? I mean, I'm not going to play this anymore. Okay. Scientists are proposing an ingenious but as yet unproven way to tackle climate change, spraying sun-dimming chemicals into the Earth's atmosphere. Okay, this is ancient science from David Keith, that they've already implemented this plan over 20 years ago. Yeah, it's kind of a sad irony that now they're pitching it as a big solution. This is BS, man. This is a lose-lose for humanity. This is the biggest scam of all. They're actually pretending like they're going to help by spraying yet more chemicals into the sky. Tell me how we're going to get rid of pollution by dumping chemicals in the sky. Explain that to me. Thank you. Second of all, most of these things, like aluminum, oxidize within seconds of reaching the atmosphere, turning them black, not reflective at all. So if they're trying to reflect the sun from the Earth's atmosphere, that's absurd. Thirdly, their concept of getting all this material to drift north and south and then burn up in the ionosphere is ridiculous. It's impossible to think we're going to somehow get rid of particulates by dumping into the North and the South Pole. I believe the only solution is to filter the air. I really believe that all of this crap coming out of the Democrats is, number one, to tax you and create other ways to charge money to create more projects that are completely unworthy of money. Or two, their end goal is to actually just continue contaminating the atmosphere while they charge you and tax you and pretend like they're fixing the thing. Basically, we're not going to get anywhere by dumping chemicals in the atmosphere. Sorry. So if that's some sort of a justification for using chemtrails, I'm sorry, but that's not the message I'm trying to get out. We need to stop the sprays and then reverse this process through filtration. Any other solution is barely going to touch the surface. They say that cap and trade legislation and carbon point legislation will reduce the known amount of emissions by 17% by 2030. That's nothing. Any sprays we dump in the air like we're doing now, it's only going to create 17 or 20% more emissions in the air. So there's nothing we can do in that department that will eliminate emissions. Cap and trade is certainly not going to work either. That's just another monopoly game to make money and to steal from other industries and to continue polluting. Now, we've got a group of really scummy people who think that they can make a lot of money destroying the earth and raping our beautiful environment. And they think that they don't have to pay the price of doing all that for all these years, dumping chemicals in our aquifers, destroying our land. I mean, look at Nestle's, for instance. Wow. What a company. Buying water for next to nothing in Michigan and denying the people of Flint, Michigan fresh water as a result of it, and getting it for pennies on the dollar and charging us $1 to $2 or $3 a container. How can we possibly allow these companies to continue their factories producing plastic bottles and polluting in our rivers, which is going on at the same time? We've got plastic waste everywhere. We've got non-recyclables being produced all over the globe. If we don't realize that certain things are recyclable, like paper, glass, but plastic, not so recyclable. So we're kind of moving in the wrong direction right now. We have to stop this ship right dead in the water and then turn it around and go in the other direction. That's the only analogy I can give you about where our economy and our politics have to merge. So we've got a huge job because with people running our country are so corrupt, they're buyable by the big companies like Monsanto and Dow. They can buy them for nothing. They're whores. They'll work for $5,000 donations. They'll do whatever they're told. They're like little go-boys and go-girls. The senators and the representatives of our nation have become whores. Whoever can buy them spends money and they got them in their pockets. So you need an executive who can actually go up against this monopoly of corporate control and create or orchestrate a plan that actually can bypass their things. So I came up with a mobile medical unit idea, which, if implemented through the Veterans Administration, could actually revamp our Veterans Administration using VA funds and produce mobile medical systems in every city in America, cutting back the cost of our health care by as much as 60 to 70%. Eliminating the cost of Medicare, Medicaid overdrafts by all our local clinics and hospitals that are gouging the U.S. government and you taxpayers. Something as simple as this doesn't need congressional approval. Isn't that amazing? Yet we can't seem to implement something like this through the executive branch. Trump has done nothing. He stole the idea, claiming it was his even. And it's been my idea all along from the beginning, since 2008. We even tried to pitch the idea to venture capitalists at one point, and no one would buy. No one was interested. Can we watch this movie? YouTube has it free legally. Yes, we can. The cost of this is all about hackers. This is cool. Thanks, Misanthropy. The cost of healthcare is way higher than it should be. Most of your clinics charge $150 for what appears to be like a $30 checkup, where they check your blood pressure and maybe talk to a physician's assistant. They charge $150 to the U.S. government for that. Can you imagine sitting there in an office with somebody going, "Hi, how are you today? How are you feeling? How's the medication going? Are you having any problems sleeping? Well, we have a plan called a sleep study. For only $3,500, we can determine if you have the need for a sleep apparatus. And the government will actually provide that. Seriously, people are throwing tons of money into our medical healthcare system. We would save so much money with a mobile medical unit. It's ridiculous. It's a no-brainer. Yes. So every city in America could have these things. It would roll out lower-cost healthcare solutions for people who have no money. Meanwhile, people who have money can go to the hospital or go to their doctor. They're not closing their doors, that they are available. Yes, there's a waste of resources in so many areas, and this is one of the big wastes, because since Obamacare, our country is spending $350 billion more for healthcare, and you're not getting any better healthcare. Yeah, but sleep machines are overpriced 80%. So if they only get 80% paid by Medicare, you got to pay the difference, and they gouge you on those things. You can buy a sleep machine online for $400. They charge you $4,000 when you go in the store. I mean, come on. Give me a break. It's the biggest markup ever. In fact, all of healthcare is an utter ripoff in America. Yeah, I know people who've been scammed by this. So, you know. You bought a 55-inch 4K TV on Amazon today instead of paying your health insurance. There you have it. More and more of you are saying no to health insurance because you're getting ripped off and buying something that makes you feel good, and you can smile and say, wow, yeah, I'm totally there, dude. And then, you know, relax and enjoy your life. I hear you, man. I see why you made that decision. Who wants to pay some insurance company $700-800 a month for what? That's how Americans are looking at it. If the insurance companies don't figure this out soon, they might as well close their doors because they're a joke. I would love to see America offer a public option at $60 a month for every one of us that would cover both healthcare and dental. Basic dental, basic healthcare. You wouldn't get plastic surgeries and a massage for this coverage, okay? You might get some chiropractic. It's possible. There's a lot of chiropractors that need to make some money, so yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So building a plan like that could bring like 20 million people, would draw about $12 billion a year in revenue. Out of that, we pay for the healthcare system that's connected to our public healthcare providers, not necessarily our nonprofit hospitals until they're on board with it. Our nonprofit hospitals are slipping through the cracks right now, getting away with low costs on their taxes, but all the benefits of having government subsidies. Weird situation going on there. So I think fixing the rates at every one of these hospitals so the doctors don't charge too much and there's not a variance will maintain stability within the healthcare sector and bring down the most difficult economic drain on our culture right now, which is healthcare. They keep robbing everybody that walks in the door, and they're getting away with it. And the two parties are saying, oh, okay, whatever you want. So getting low-cost healthcare solutions like a mobile medical unit into every city in America at the government expense would actually save us a lot more in the long run. And we can lease these vehicles out to corporations if they want to have in-house healthcare in their parking lots. We'd even staff them, and we would charge a monthly rate, which would save them on their insurance plan. Even companies that are already fully insured with private healthcare insurers could offer this as an adjunct and lower their rates. All kinds of alternatives would be spawned out of this portability of mobile medical units all throughout the country. And that's why I've been supporting it way ahead of Trump. So, all right. Devastating fires in an area. I wanted to show you my MapQuest on Google Map of what was paradise is now Crispice. It's just crispy critter time in the beautiful paradise. All these houses, as you go down the streets, are gone. Every one of these is right down to the ground, burnt to a crisp. These people had beautiful homes. They were planning on spending their entire lives retired there. And they, here one guy was in his home that day, just, hanging out. And then boom, removed, completely fried. Look at, they were getting ready for a vacation. They were getting their truck rigged up, going to take a fifth wheel. Maybe they were taking a trip when the MapQuest happened. Maybe they were lucky. Maybe they were one of the few people to survive. Here's one guy here doing some sweeping. Yep. Looked like a gardener. But you see why they called it paradise. It was a beautiful place to live. Look at this. It's almost like a dream community. It's not like some shanty town. These people they invested their lives in this place. And now they're all burnt to a crisp, or barely alive, barely surviving. So the CPAP machines are spying on patients. If you don't use them 4 hours a night, your insurance will cut you off. That's amazing. Misanthropy found this link, I believe. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that's what they call these things, but you snooze, you lose. So these are the machines they strap on their heads, CPAP machines, and they will monitor your activities. They send a Wi-Fi signal to their home base, and they tell the person, "Oh, this guy's not using it, so cut their benefits." That's pretty funny. I think a lot of people could benefit from not spending a lot of money on sleep apnea machines. But if you do have a sleep apnea problem, of course you want to deal with it. Why wouldn't you want to spend some money on yourself? And I understand that, but if it's coming on the backs of the taxpayer, I don't know. Maybe we've got a much better solution. They've got these things they can open up your nostrils if you put them over your nose. I have more breathing area in my ear. Yeah, I'm getting a little more oxygen now. Yeah. Have you seen them? They go over your nose. Football players use them for more oxygen when they're... Anyway, moving on. There's got to be a cheaper way to deal with this. A great vape song from Area Math. Okay, that sounds like a good one, man. We'll play that tonight. Mucho apreciado. Yeah. Okay. Ukrainian politician thrown into the rubbish by an angry mob. Let's take a look.
PD and in Parliament, as you say, a part of a party that is seen to be pro-Russian. But in particular, the emotions were running high because Parliament was set to vote on a vetting law, an anti-corruption, it's called lustration law, which people hope will be able to cleanse the government of corrupt politicians, of holdovers from President Viktor Yanukovych's administration and other politicians. And this crowd felt that Mr. Zhuravsky was one of the people that they need to cleanse. In fact, they put these bins outside of the parliament for this particular reason, or symbolically saying that they needed to throw politicians into the trash. In this case, they actually did that to one politician in particular. But I think what we need to keep in mind is this really shows the emotions surrounding the issue and surrounding, indeed, the entire issue of corruption in Ukraine.
Wow. That says a lot, doesn't it? So the people are really upset. And Eastern Europe has had a lot more trials and tribulations in the global shrinkage period than we have. They've definitely had a huge problem in Eastern Europe, way ahead of us with the economic meltdowns that have been happening. Yeah, I'm looking for that video we just brought in here. Let me make sure I have it. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if I have that video right now. I'll look for it in my history. But if you have that link again, Misanthropy, I'll take it. Thank you. Somehow it got lost in the shuffle. Yeah, I wanted to cue it right up out of the video here. I don't see it. Got a few videos coming from iVlog, though. Appreciate that. A lot of things have come in recently. There it is. You snooze. No, I'm talking about the video. No, not the last link. The video that you sent me to the long video that you want me to play tonight. Minecraft. Is that the one? No. That's a song. Yeah, it was that video you sent me earlier. I don't have it. I'm looking for it. I'm going, wait a second, what happened to that? I don't want to lose that. And I lost it. I'll just check my history file. Yeah, I don't understand why Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi are being picked on. There it is. Okay. Hackers, thank you. Okay, I think what I did is I added it to my link library for tonight, and then I deleted it. Yeah, I did. Okay, thank you. We got it. Thanks again. See, that's how communication can really save us time. But this is a weird predicament because the story about the emails, which Donald Trump kind of deferred the emails when he told Donald Trump Jr. to say, dude, we met the lawyer at the Trump Towers about the emails, Donald Jr. Well, that sent the entire investigation away from Donald Jr., or away from the real point of where the emails came, into this area of Roger Stone and Jerome Corsi, who Donald Trump Jr. was in touch with Wiki at the time, and that's why Mueller wanted to keep looking at this connection. But it's almost like Mueller is going down this avenue to go after Jerome Corsi and Roger Stone, as opposed to the other avenue, Hillary Clinton and the Seth Rich story. That's an even more disturbing discussion. Oh, it has Angelina Jolie when she was hot? Cool. That'll be fun. Yeah, so I think that this is a misdirection. I think that Trump, when he directed Donald Trump Jr. to go discuss this with the lawyer, that Donald Trump Jr. changed his mind and completely altered his course and talked solely about, from changing about Russian adoptions to talking about the emails. I don't even think the emails were discussed. I think that the Russian lawyer was there because her purpose, and she said it herself, was to end sanctions. And that by Donald Trump talking, or Donald Trump Jr. talking to them, it was a violation of the Logan Act because Trump hadn't become president. And in many ways, it was a clear attempt to manipulate U.S. policy prior to the election. So they wanted to hide that, and they wanted to make it seem like they were just giving us information about the emails, because remember when Trump said, oh, Russia, if you're listening, I want to know about the emails, the whole story that he did. It's very likely that this is a misdirection. Mueller went for it because he doesn't want to investigate Seth Rich. He doesn't want to investigate the Wan brothers. He doesn't want to investigate the real source of the WikiLeaks emails and all the different variances of the Podesta emails that just don't add up. So Mueller is a misdirection. I'm convinced of it. He's working for Clinton. No question about it, but he's not even doing a good job. He's working for the consortium behind both Clinton and Donald Trump. He's working for the Zionists. Otherwise, he would have done the necessary things to get a subpoena for Donald Trump's 10 years of tax returns, which should have been out in the open right by now, and he hasn't done a thing. We would have found out about the money laundering that Manafort had engaged in from the tax returns. But this is a clear example of a misdirection, and picking this poor guy, Jerome Corsi, over the coals looks to me like a complete abridgment of justice. He's a conservative conspiracy theorist associated with Roger Stone. And he's now having to do a plea deal with Mueller for some reason. It's ridiculous. Like Mueller's entrapping the guy. There has been 40 hours worth of interviews Mueller has wasted talking to this guy. I seriously don't think the emails have anything to do with these men. What a joke. Hey, here's a good idea. Turn the last bit of turkey leftovers into a cheesy casserole. I feel like a commercial from the 50s. Hey, here's a great idea. Don't miss this opportunity to turn your leftovers into a cheesy casserole. Hey, that's kind of what I did tonight. When I heated up some really good stuffing we made yesterday. And I melted some cheese on it, like a slice of cheddar. And it's a really easy fix, and man, it tastes good. turducken casserole. Well, I'll be darned. £1 pound of leftover turkey, shredded. A pound of spaghetti noodles, an onion, 2 tablespoons of butter, 2 cans of cream of mushroom soup. Now that's a problem because it has MSG in it. 1 can Rotel, and 12 ounces of Velveeta. Lowry seasoning salt. Gee, cup of shredded. I think I'd probably go with a more natural approach. Thank you. Velveeta? Gross. I'm sure you might like it. Yeah, I won't eat anything that starts with a turd, exactly. A turdita? I don't think so. You gotta have some of our wonderful turditas. And don't forget, the falafels made with dingleberries. Yeah, I think I'll pass, thank you. Politician in a dumpster. Wasn't that the high point of the show, really? To see the Ukrainians throw that guy in the dumpster? The Italians they strung up Mussolini when the war was over. They strung him up by the testicles. Yeah. They literally hung him up by his testicles. I'm not kidding. It's historic record. Mussolini. You've heard the song Mussolini, Mussolini, Men Have Named You? No. I don't. I think it's Mona Lisa. Mona Lisa, Mona Lisa, men have named you. Pentagon caught paying a PR firm $540 million to make fake terrorist videos. Media never responded to it. Remember those green screen videos that happened about 7 years ago? 6 years ago? Yeah. Government never said a thing. And many of these people, literally believe that, they were doing the right thing by lying to us. See, they've been able to lie to us for some time. So what they do is they control the media. They make us think that their wars are happening, and that we need to have more wars because of the terrorist threat. This is one of the techniques they've been using to drum up wars and continue the strife between our nations. They've also got this thing where they've got an ironclad hold over the UN, because at the bottom of this rung is the UN. They essentially are the tool that they want to use to go back and attack our country. So they're using media tools like this to take us out, to make us think that there's a need for more war. Well, why don't you just go to Ross for Less for your clothing, man? They've got great deals. Surely you have one in your area. That's right, they hung him upside down and slit his throat. Okay, so, what they're doing is using their control over the UN, which will come back to haunt us. We don't need the UN involved in our country. That's why I'm a little suspicious that Trump is a little too soft in the UN. It's like, we don't have to kiss their ass. I'm not really sure where that's going. Makes you wonder if Trump isn't so New World Order that, he's so deep into it he can't control what he's doing. Okay, there's new evidence on the JFK files coming out.
It was a sunny fall day in Dallas, adoring crowds eagerly welcoming the young president and first lady, hoping to catch a glimpse of Camelot. That sense of hope in the air shattered in an instant.
It appears as though something has happened in the motorcade route.
Here is a flash from the Associated Press, Dateline Dallas. 2 priests who were with President Kennedy say he is dead of bullet wounds.
It's almost like the film broke in our lives. It broke from one era of glamour and excitement and hope. The future looked very bright, and then it was over in a flash.
More than half a century later, the poignant images endure, as clear as yesterday. A president laid to rest, but the mystery surrounding his death just beginning. Over the decades, multiple federal investigations pegged Lee Harvey Oswald as the lone assassin.
He's been shot. He's been shot.
His own murder just days after being arrested, only fueling more conspiracy theories. Among them that Oswald actually worked for the CIA, the Soviet Union, or even that the mafia had the president murdered. Today, more than 60% of Americans believe there's more to the story.
I think that we will never be able to put a period at the end of the sentence, Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, and have everybody agree with that.
Late last year, in keeping with a federal deadline, President Trump ordered the full release of thousands of secret government files related to the assassination. Tweeting at the time, "I'm doing this for reasons of full disclosure, transparency, and in order to put any and all conspiracy theories to rest." But while some were released, many others remained partially redacted, largely due to the 11th hour pushback from the CIA and FBI. In April, the president officially giving agencies until October 2021 to review the files, citing identifiable national security, law enforcement, and foreign affairs concerns.
This is a huge disappointment and a total mess. I mean, you can't imagine a more disorderly release of these documents about a turning point in American history.
It's so true. You know, Trump is hiding the necessary evidence to reveal that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for the CIA for 4 to 5 years before he was fingered as the patsy. And even he himself said he was the patsy. And we've been allowing this, and Trump has been guarding against anyone finding out more information about George H.W. Bush. So at this time, if I were President Trump, I would be ordering George H.W. Bush to at least do a deposition that will be sealed until after his death. At the very least, we need to find out where he was that day when we have photographs of him in Dealey Plaza as the head of director of the Dallas CIA division. That means that George H.W. Bush, the Bush family, succeeded in being involved in an obvious, gross conspiracy to kill the president. And if this is true, we need to find this out, and Trump is hiding that right now. This is huge. And I agree with this man. Well, the bottom line is we need to get a deposition from him regarding his activities, and I have a feeling he's ready to talk. There's something about reaching that age in a person's life when they begin to realize that maybe there is something else out there. And more atheists in the world turn to God at the very end of their life than you'd imagine. And this man may be seeking some reckoning. If he was involved, and I'm not saying he was necessarily, but if he was involved, it'd be huge, absolutely huge. But Trump isn't doing it because Trump is a puppet. That's why he's not prosecuting Hillary. He's owned. He's owned by the Zionist media conglomerates. He's owned by the oligarchs, the Zionist Russian oligarchs. He's not going to spill the beans. Yeah, they've attained this power through controlling our country by killing our great president, John F. Kennedy. And if you think Trump is even beginning to reveal anything, he hasn't done anything. He hasn't stopped the deep state. He is the deep state. And he's had 2 years to show his worth to us, the American people, and he's done nothing. So don't tell me that Trump is going to help. And don't come into the show promoting your Trump beliefs, because I don't buy it. I believe he's working for the Russians, and I think it's pretty obvious that you Republicans are hiding from reality. I was looking for the Trump library here. Right. Yeah, I look at all these pictures I've accumulated from Trump, you know, from people making pictures of him. And it's like we've had yet another perversion in our society, a diversion of attention, a sidetrack, another one. We had Obama, the first black president. Now we got Trump, the first greedy president who shows his greed blatantly. It's like these are like caricatures of presidents. They're not really presidents. They're not leading our country. We got Hillary vying for power all the time, looking to get her position. She's not getting as much backing in the Democratic Party as she was. She's slipping. But many people are beginning to see her true colors, like when she said recently that all black people look alike. The closet Southern Democrats' anti-black message. That's why they were so angry when I did a blackface video, because they're so full of white guilt. They all think that they've got to show that they're not racist, but behind the scenes, she's been talking about blacks that they all look alike. She's on record saying that. Yeah, so John F. Kennedy's death, no doubt, was not caused by Lee Harvey Oswald. It was probably caused by a variety of people that were in a position when I believe the Zapruder tape was doctored by the FBI. They had it for 3 weeks. And in 1969, when this tape was presented to the American people, it came in different versions. The first appearance was on a television show, and Geraldo Rivera ran the show. And we saw slightly different versions of the ones we see today. And what happened was the FBI truncated the tape to take out the clip where the limousine stopped for about a second. When the shooting started, the limousine stopped. Clear shot of the president be killed at that point occurred. From down below in front of the car, possibly from the gutter space in the street, one theory that points to that, there were gunmen everywhere when John F. Kennedy died. And if we were to take that whole event and look at it, how could a limousine driver stop when a president's being shot? It turns out the limousine driver wasn't even the regular limousine driver. He was a completely new guy. And a lot of people are asking, why did everybody around the president, like the Secret Service, stand down, not stand around the limousine protecting him, which was a standard maneuver for most of the outside trips where he was exposed? Well, all these questions play into a large bit of evidence still needed by the FBI and the CIA, and why they haven't presented this evidence under Trump is ridiculous. We called for it. It should be there. Because you look at those few seconds and where our president died, you realize that this is
This is the first of the digital versions and is shown without the images between the sprocket holes. The framing is the standard format.
right about here. Now it looks like a continuous play, like there's no breaks whatsoever. But right around this place right here, there was some splicing, and there's missing frames. But when he had his head shot, part of his head went to the back of the limousine, and that's why Jackie got up off of the side of him and went to get his head. When she was asked later, why did you get up on the trunk? She said to get his head. Well, there is no evidence of his head on the trunk, which shows clear visual evidence of video doctoring. There's also a strange moment in here where the heads of the drivers are seen going forward as in the vehicle in a stop position. And this has been seen a number of times by experts to indicate missing frames. Now, missing frames are indicative of something being hidden, and the fact that his head's not on the back of the trunk indicates the head was removed. So the video itself was edited, meaning the FBI altered the chain of custody of that document, which places the blame on them and on our government for a willful cover-up of the death of John F. Kennedy. That alone is enough to enrage people and make this current President Trump into a joke for not actually implementing a plan that was put in place to reveal those documents way earlier than 2021. And he's stopping a couple of documents from being revealed because he claims that there's a law that says that a standing president can't have information brought up against him. That law specifically says within a 10-year period. And Trump is misusing the law, saying that he won't show it because George H.W. Bush is still alive. It's been over 30 years. We don't have to worry about that. Or nearly 30 years. It's well over 10 years. So that we can definitely move forward with at least a deposition from George H.W. Bush regarding his activities that day. They've even denied that the word George Bush, which was evident in the recent release, was the George H.W. Bush that we know today. Very specific questions are being raised now about anything the government's doing related to the JFK files. So it does appear that there's a willful cover-up going on a daily basis coming out of the government. Why they're covering it up, one has to only assume that this is an ongoing problem that's been perhaps typified on a daily basis by the level of corruption we've seen in the country. The corruption that will never go away. Corruption that's probably embedded deep in our country, whether we like it or not. There's only so much we can do right now but to talk about it. Because if we were to actually dig deeper, none of us would like what we see. Now tonight we're going to be going on a very interesting journey into video playland where we're going to take a look at how the CIA may be used by pedophiles to manipulate and control children and ultimately lead to their death. That's a very strange allegation coming out of that video, but we're going to look at it and see what it says. All I can tell you is, yeah, Gaddafi was actually loved by his people. The theory that Muammar Gaddafi was hated by his people was a fictitious theory created by the Western media. Gaddafi was so well loved that he was able to get things done. That's why he was so popular. But they got rid of Gaddafi because they didn't want his currency. He was developing his own currency based on his own oil. Wow, you just watched a caster at an iVlog perform obscene acts in front of you? I'm sorry that happened. You need to report that to your to the iVlog tech staff right away. No, I never hung out in their channels, Swine Flu, no. I think I tried to interview Glenn's room one day because he told me to talk to him on the phone when I didn't realize the guy was, well, whatever. And I think I might have been in his room once. That's like the only time. I don't travel on the internet. So if you see people under my name, it's not me. I'm glad you're telling us you're heterosexual. Thank you. So hopefully we'll see some new documents. I don't know if it's coming anytime soon.
Even as many viewed that day as the end of Camelot, today a family political tradition continues. JFK's daughter Caroline served as ambassador to Japan under President Obama. Former Massachusetts Senator Ted Kennedy's son, Ted Kennedy Jr., now a state senator in Connecticut. Bobby Kennedy's grandson, Joe Kennedy III, a Massachusetts congressman with a bright future of his own. And JFK's namesake, his grandson Jack, a Yale grad who hasn't ruled out following in his grandfather's footsteps.
My favorite speech of his is his speech that he gave at Rice University explaining to America why we should go to the moon.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things. Not.
Now, what is that? What exactly is the other thing? We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. How is that? What is the other thing? Do you know? I do. And the other thing, ironically, is not something you want to know about. The other thing is the very same thing we started the show talking about. Chemtrails. I know. It's crazy, but John F. Kennedy was in on the chemtrails. He was actually part of the plan to dump chemicals all over the planet. Here is his actual words about chemtrails.
Mr. President, honored delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control.
And eventually in weather control. So he had already predicted this type of behavior, and he wasn't the only one. Right after Kennedy talked about this, and we're now involved every day breathing this. So by the way, yeah, thank you. I'll bring that in. Super appreciate it. Yeah, we're dealing with the ever-present reality that this has been pushed upon us. And LBJ even talked about it. Here he predicts controlling the weather. Right after John F. Kennedy was president, LBJ took over. And here he says the same thing, veritably, but in a scarier way. Listen to this.
It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
Tell me that guy doesn't look demonic to you. I mean, this is about as demonic as it gets.
Will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
He virtually gets completely like in love with the idea. That can be reached at that Texas Archive if you're looking up that information. Yeah, pause the film and grab it. So yeah, you're talking about a conspiracy at the highest level that's been shielded from the American people for all these decades, doing the other thing. Hey, thank you for recommending me to your friends in your social orbit. Appreciate it. As you know, this show is a nonstop effort to provide free and interactive virtual chat against all odds, against any suppression of our freedom of speech, and against the censorship that's going on. It makes us the best thing going on the internet, in my opinion. So we really have been foreshadowed about all the things they're doing to us, and now they're doing it to us. They've been telling us, but now they're doing it to us, and we're watching them do it to us. This story from Japan is pretty serious. A Japanese man, has decided to marry his teenage girl hologram, and he's making this official. He will be getting married to his hologram. Akihiko Kondo, 35, who teaches at a middle school in Tokyo, married Hatsune Miku, a virtual hologram of a teenage girl, earlier this month. The hologram, which takes the shape of a 16-year-old girl with long turquoise ponytails, is a singing voice synthesizer featuring in over 100,000 songs. Despite strong disapproval and complete embarrassment from his family, Kondo married the hologram in Tokyo on November 4th. The wedding, which cost over $18,000, was attended by 40 guests, excluded all of Kondo's immediate family members. Nobody from his family was allowed to marry him, and he's even carrying an effigy of his 16-year-old hologram that he spends all his time listening to. Well, it's good to know that he has finally found a virtual partner to share his life with him on the internet forever and ever. Isn't that a heartwarming story of one man's obsession with a hologram because of the plight of incels throughout the world, this growing movement of involuntarily celibate people? Here's a link from Zero Hedge. So many people now, I mean, Sarah was saying to me that she had a bunch of incels in our room, and you guys are probably incels listening to my show. Many of you are. It's difficult because men want to have a girlfriend and they can't find one, and they feel so alienated because of that. And that's what that man was. He's just this hopeless incel who decided to marry his teenage hologram. Isn't that special? Well, I hate to be lack of inspiring, but that's really I can't endorse that. I think you people need to have a real life. But I mean, seriously, why couldn't you have married at least a legal hologram, not some underage hologram? I know. You got to wonder. Boy, don't tell Jeffrey Epstein about holograms. He might just, decide to, go into legal business of hologram rentals. That could be scary. All right, so I guess we covered all of that territory. Mitt Romney's back in the scene. He is Mr. Senator Romney, Utah senator, now hitting the scene, trying to raise more money for the Republican Party. Romney wasn't so bad. I actually like Romney more than I like Trump, simply because he was a much more calm and restful person, you know? He wasn't that wild. He just seems to, you know, he didn't seem to, he wouldn't be a guy who'd jump off on some tangent and start tweeting at 3 a.m. But we can't go back in time, can we? And the story about the FBI, there's a lot of women in the FBI upset now. 11 women are filing class action suit against the FBI for training instructors to punish women, not men, for mistakes. And this complaint has been filed by this woman, this proud American woman who says, don't mistreat women, buddy. Exactly. This kind of grit is what we need to make our country's law enforcement agencies honest. Thank you. We have confirmed pyramids in Antarctica. Thank you. Let's take a look. Here they are, coming up. Any day now.
I kind of let it go. Well, oddly enough, on the 14th of November, Science announced that they had found the T-Rex of the ocean, fossils of the giant sea monster, a mosasaur skeleton. Now, they didn't say they found it in Antarctica. This is supposedly from Africa. But it just seemed like a strange coincidence. But coincidence happens. But then something else happened. A lot of my videos from Antarctica deal with different geometric shapes, things that shouldn't occur in nature. And strangely enough, after having reported that for almost 2 straight months, Science comes out and says, oh yeah, by the way, there are these 2 perfectly rectangular icebergs, nothing to worry about, happens all the time.
Really? So that'll be featured in tonight's show. Major Antarctica finds now confirmed by major media outlets. Sure, why not? I'm all for it. Yeah, I'm open to whatever the Antarctica world tells about it. There's a mysterious thing about Antarctica people don't realize. There's a hot area down there. I never streamed on JTV. No, I don't like anything about that guy or his followers, that the people that followed him that own Twitch. I don't like any of those people. No, they completely ditched us from Twitch, claimed I was a homophobe, and I've never been a homophobe in my life. I'm not afraid of homosexuals or being a homosexual. I don't even know what that even means. No, I was asked by somebody, are you gay? And I said no, and I consider that sexual harassment if you ask me that. And they immediately reported a violation of their terms of service, claiming I'm a homophobe. And then they immediately banned us. And then we tried to open up another show, and then they double banned us. They IP banned us. So I don't even care. It's like I don't even care anymore. It's irrelevant to me if they take that or not. Of course my show is a web show. I could easily, you know what's really ironic is all of you who have high-speed signals could rebroadcast our show on Mixer and on Twitch. It's so easy. You just have to get XSplit and you could route us right through your own Mixer and broadcast us right now. You should take my stream and broadcast on Mixer. What's stopping you? I've said this to everybody in our show. Some of you have 160 megabyte upload speeds. I only have 10. Oh, so you don't want to get banned. Well, create your own account. Figure that out. All right. Thanks for sharing. Thank you for broadcasting me somewhere else. I didn't know CYTube even existed. CYTube. Oh, Sweet Lord. The original CY2 Futurama. Wow. Did not know that existed. Cool. Interesting. The Movie Lounge, playing great movies 24/7. Wow, there's the whole world out there. You guys are pretty tuned in. And it's not even the dark web. It's just a different location. I didn't know that. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you very much. All right, as you can see, I am ready to check out for tonight. So I'm going to play my theme song on the way out. As you know, this is a regular with our show. We'll be back tomorrow night with an anti-war rally. If you want to hang out, come on in. And you can also hang out till 2 in the morning tonight. We'll be playing movies, and good ones, too. Take care, everybody. I'm leaving you for the hour. And we guys, we can all just kind of take a relaxing Friday night. Many of you have a big weekend ahead. I hope you enjoy it. Get a little R&R and enjoy yourself, because you know you deserve it. Take care, everyone. Good night.
You make me melt away. Mr. Right, too good.